Hello.
Hello, Mr. Wheel.
Here for some Ace Attorney. That's insane. We are doing the rest of this case. Hopefully, we're at the end. Like, well, we get to the end. This stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know ahead that there are. That we should be. Hopefully, if we go through things fast. The bug of it is, I think, more of the text. The amount of text that can be at parts.
Okay.
More than me thinking, because I don't take that long to like get through the puzzle parts.
It's just we talking a lot. There's a lot of plot happening.
There's a
Problem
lot of
is, the plot is happening the whole time.
Yeah. Was it February 24th, 41 a.m. District Court, defendant lobby number 2.
So what do you think, Mr. Wright?
I think the prosecution, prosecution is as confused as we are. After all.
Oh, that's Lana.
Yeah.
The victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. Lana! Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed.
I hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning.
We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. I feel like that's a form of torture.
Yeah.
So how'd it go? It's as Mr. Wright suspects. The police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't see capital punishment. That is what I meant, Emma. But Lana, don't tell me you're... Much to my regret, I'm as much in the dark about this as they are. Ah, fuck.
Miss Guy.
Hmm?
We found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jack Marshall.
What kind of trace evidence?
Bloodstained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you?
In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall?
We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Sky?
Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright.
February 24th, 10 a.m. District Court. Courtroom number 9. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution is...
I'm afraid you have to clarify.
It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. And yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time.
But that's not physically possible, is it? He's just started, he hasn't even gone like, I'm ready.
Yep.
What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared.
Yeah, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car.
Well, this is one missed up.
Yeah, messed up.
Remember.
One of my duties as a prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today, I'll present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In doing so, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself.
I don't know, I clicked and it just like skipped toward like to the end, so I don't know if
Huh.
it like autoed. Like it was
Maybe.
planned to auto, and I clicked at the time that finished. Like that.
Hmm. No, that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things. Even though he doesn't know what's going on himself.
And that's supposed to be an admirable trait? Very well. Let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand.
For his first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department.
The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer?
Gas.
Oh boy. Things are getting wild from the get-go. I very could pick up that before it skipped because I knew it was
It's
going.
him. Will the witness please state his name and occupation?
Yes, sir. I'm Officer Mike Meekins, sir.
Okay. Oh my god.
My occupation is that would be murderer, sir.
That's your job?
So you're telling us you're a professional killer? Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I'll never kill anyone again, sir. You've got to believe me, sir. I think that was meant to
Yeah,
skip that.
Yeah,
Right.
he's cutting him off, is what he's doing.
I think it's like I don't think I can't remember. I briefly saw what that said, but my brain did not process it at all. Sir, I'm what you would call part of the the younger generation, sir. A person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir, help me, sir.
Officer Meekins.
Yes, sir.
Give us your report of the crime. Consider that in order.
Yes, sir. As you wish. After all, I am part of a generation that must be told what to do, sir.
You can't fault him for his lack of enthusiasm.
God. Crime reports, sir. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life. Then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you? Do unto the to others before they do unto you. That's the Meekins family motto, sir. I see. Then you fainted and a colleague helped you regain consciousness. Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. What I need here is more information to work with. Yes. What I should do now is I'm just gonna hit present just so I can like scroll through these. What have we got? D. New prosecution. Address knife. Okay. Blue badger. That's gonna come up now or next, like at some point.
Boy.
I think some of this
It would
stuff.
be really funny if there was a case that just like didn't. Like they gave a piece of evidence and never used it.
Yeah. We didn't get any information because he didn't tell us, but I think the 4989596 is Meekins' entrance number.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
well, because he...
Yeah, because he entered there and then he was...
Yeah,
Yeah.
he saw Bruce, he saw Goodman in there,
And
and then he entered after to ask him.
And we don't know who the top one is? 7-7...
We don't know top one. I did
Mm.
ask around what I could, but there weren't enough people around.
Yeah.
We got the weird screwdriver. Evidence from a past case of Edgeworth's brought back to his office by Grant's request. Oh, Gant? Right. His name's Gant. Reading set. Yeah, it's better. Right. The weird lost item report that we didn't get much of.
Yeah, that he only had for it before he fucking, like, died or whatever.
Yeah, he put in ID 59 and scribbled that out.
Mm.
And that's on the day he also died. Yeah, no, none of those are there. We also got the weird rubber glove. That's also part of that case.
Mm.
We got the unstable jar.
Yeah.
Marshall's fingerprints. Yeah. I think this is a good recap of everything. Everything I think is important at the moment, because I don't think some of this is just the tools we use, like the luminol spray and the fingerprinting set, so I don't need to worry about that.
Okay.
Or like in presenting at this point in time, because
Yeah.
I think like it'd be obvious if we were to show them. Okay. Let's just press on this stuff. Mr. Mickens, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir. I'm in charge of hiring new recruits, sir. Nice. Now there's a scary thought.
Evidence transfer was taking place on the day of the crime. Which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed.
I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir. The Blue Badger? Yes, yes, sir. The lovely police mascot created by the chief of detectives, sir.
Oh god.
He wasn't expecting this.
It's him.
I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transfer process. That was my sole mission of the day, sir. I see. Sounds like a very, important mission. After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. So that's why you went to the evidence room.
Tell us, what did you see when you got there?
That is useful. That
Okay.
is... It gives us more that he wasn't there just to guard the evidence room. More, he wasn't actually guarding the evidence room, he was given the task of guarding the Blue Badger.
Yeah, and you just put it in the evidence room.
Yeah. I scrolled to this. Look at a different thing. Just press. In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card. Am I correct? Precisely, sir. I have one right here around my neck. So then, your ID number should be listed on here, right?
Let me get his name.
There it is. I found it. This is the one right here. Could you please read us the number? Yes, sir. It's 498 956 9596. That's my number, sir. I see. Huh. But the number 9596 is shown as being used twice.
Please explain, witness.
It's no real mystery, sir. The first time is when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. And the second time was when I went to go get him after everything settled down. So this getting that blue badger thing now also makes sense.
Yeah.
I see. So it's so it was during that second time when... Yes, sir. That's when I spotted the man on the security screen. That is very good that that's been updated now. I think I had to do that.
Yeah. Now we have his name on it.
Yes.
We need to figure out who that first person was. Why were they there at 4:20?
4:20.
4:20.
20 minutes.
We know exactly why they were there at 4:20.
20 minutes before Miles went in.
Miles, I assume, didn't see them?
I'm assuming not, because it doesn't log
Otherwise,
the
he might have
exit, it
mentioned
only
it?
logs the entrance.
Yeah, so we don't know when he left.
Yeah. Gonna do the try and repress it. So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you? It was a knife, sir. A knife. Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you? What happened then? Well, with my, with me charging in on him, it looked like, on him like that. He looked, as surprised as I was. He went exactly...
What's Knife doing here?
You're not exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into. That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand.
If you just kept your cool, your hand wouldn't be...
When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar. Okay. What exactly do you mean when you said you did it? I know I don't look the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him. He took his knife. I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man.
Of course.
See. He must have been desperate. The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood, and then the next thing I knew, yes, he punched me right in my face, sir. This a lot different when I press him on this information than what he's actually saying.
Damn.
You mean he punched you?
He just fucking punched you. Jesus.
I'm assuming I have to press a lot of these because he's not
I
giving
guess.
enough. About what time did you regain consciousness? No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that I was unconscious? Oh, alright.
According to the report, the officer woke up the witness. It was about 5:30.
He hit me right in the head too. I woke up crying tears of pain. That's nice.
That's nice.
That's nice that you recovered. That is. When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir. Your mission? Yes, sir. The Blue Badger, sir. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand. Well, we can all rest easy now.
Well,
I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened.
yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man that this officer murdered really the victim?
He's got a point. Yes, Officer Mickey? With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Grant delivered it to me just this morning, sir.
The chief.
Delivered it? What is that? A videotape? Yes, sir. That's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir. It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room. This is what I've been trying to get, and we got none of it because Jake was like, I don't know technology. I feel like he was lying.
Yeah.
With all that.
Because I don't know what's going on. What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape. And I was told it had been mistakenly erased.
That's quite a mistake. I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at. It's like communication with the police department is as good as ever. Well then, let's have a look. Show us the video of your murdering, of you murdering the victim. Oh, please stop using that word, murder, sir. It scares me. A video of a real murder. That's what are we getting ourselves into? Hello there, good sir. Right, I figured this because it's on the DS, we got proper models for this.
We're in the third dimension now. Oh, perfect. Why would we be able to see the man's face?
Oh,
that's unnecessary.
They're pretty well made models for the free. Well, I'm assuming they may have been made better.
Dude, you are taking a fucking beating, Jesus.
God, they couldn't have any good like stationary. Where is this fucking camera position? Because it's like right at the lower point.
Oh, and he's gone. Where did he go?
And the man disappeared.
Into thin air. This is the evidence we've been given?
Oh, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirring within us?
Oh. How was that wiggling piece of plywood? Oh my fucking god. Roasted? Holy shit.
Sir, that is the pride and joy of of the entire criminal affairs department, sir. It's the Blue Badger, sir. Wow, I'm not surprised this isn't going smoothly. Oh god, security video. So he was attacked at what? It was 4? Was that 4?
It was a
17. It wasn't 4. No, it was 4, but it wasn't 30. It wasn't the time that he had died.
5:30.
Was it 5?
Was when thingy.
But the footage was
Said he
showing.
died.
Did you see the time? Or was I reading it wrong?
Well, Chelsea said he died at 4. That photo of Mia putting him in the trunk was 5:30. That's 2
That's not 2.
hours. What's 17? That's 5:14.
Yeah, 5:14. Yeah, I said 4 wrong, but it's like 15 minutes is when he died. There, he got attacked.
Yeah. What does the autopsy report say?
Died between 4 p.m. and 5:30.
Within her. Okay. I guess that does fall within it. 5:15 is between the times.
I think
5 was when he got the parking stop. 5:18 is when she was on the phone and he was dead.
Yeah, I do
What's
think
the
it is
ID card?
5:15
Order.
is when he died.
Mm.
Yes, well anyway. This tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter someone. any evidence here, and some sort of activity did take place.
Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, can we have some actual fucking evidence? The witness's testimony will suffice. If that's alright with you, Officer Meekins.
Yes, sir. As you wish, sir. Mysterious man. Okay, it was your turn. His face couldn't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. Oh god, it's been a bit. I'm trying to remember which locker. Was that actually his locker? Or was it a different one? I don't remember. What's this about a fingerprint?
Each evidence has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to.
Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have to have been Detective Goodman. I hate using the wording like that because my brain does not like it. Repetitive. That specific repetitive. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start. Yes. Well, we know that Jake was in there when he wasn't. Even though he wasn't in there. Like, he's not shown in there. Because we have his blood.
His blood?
Blood? I'm gonna just start from the beginning of the question. The press. Tell me where you were able to get a good look at him. At the face of the man who attacked you with a knife. Sir, if you must label people as having seen or not seen the man's face, I believe I would be classified as the latter. The latter? But you were standing right in front of him, were you not? More to the point, you were the person who fought him, aren't you? Oh, yes sir, but I didn't get a clear look at his face, sir. I'm not the kind of guy who looks directly at people when talking with them, you see? Yeah, that's a good trait of a police officer. Still, I'm sure it was him. I bet my badge on it. But you didn't know that for sure, did you? You never actually saw Detective Goodman's face. Well, I suppose you're right. You might say that. I suppose you might say that. That is, if you must label people. Since his face cannot be identified in the video, only you can verify it. Well, why is everyone looking at me? If I had to label your stares as disturbing or...
Meekins. What the fuck are you on about? I've been shown a questionable video at best, we're not in the best of moods. Now please be more certain when you testify.
Yes, sir.
You claim the man who brandished a knife on you was Bruce Goodman. Tell us why you're positive it was him.
About those lockers, is there no other way to open them? No, sir. I myself tried all kinds of methods in the past. They only respond to registered fingerprints, sir. I don't know what kind of methods this is, right? The man opened the locker's lock, which only responds to the registered fingerprints. then he must be the person the locker was assigned to. Exactly my point, sir. And this too. How do you know that information? I've heard rumors, sir, from people in the know, sir. People in the know? The workers in the department cafeteria, sir, they keep me informed. They also listen to my romantic troubles, sir.
For the record, the open locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. I verified this information through a more reliable source.
So the victim opened the locker with his own fingerprint. I'm just gonna keep pressing. However, the most important detail is not shown in this video, the man's face. Sir, if I may say something, sir? Please do, after all, you are the one being examined. I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock. And it was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir. My settled state can testify enough to this, sir. Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie.
That is... Unless the defense can find a problem with it. Mr. Wright, let's check the court record again.
Is there a problem with the security? Yeah, no, in this game, there's gotta be. Regarding the video contained in this tape, there's one thing in particular that seems rather strange. Oh yes, I know.
Strange. Oh boy.
This country leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman. What? This video contains such a contradiction?
Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth?
I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video.
You would want me to point it out.
You would want me to point out the contradiction I propose to the court.
Very well, proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us the contradiction you speak of. I'm gonna save here, because I don't know how this one's gonna work with, me interacting with it. I have to point out a problem in the videotape. This is the first time I've had to do that.
You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing.
Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video. How does this guy even become a police officer? Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where is the constitution that indicates the man may not be Detective? Okay. Oh god. What? Backspace, J, and enter.
If you like the song.
What are these buttons, B?
I don't fucking know. I don't think these buttons existed in the original. I didn't think you were allowed to rewind, pause, or fast forward.
There's the glove. Oh. That's not how audio works.
Hope you like this song.
There's
You're
me
being
too.
forced to listen to it.
Yeah, he just turned around to attack. So
Meekin's got cut in the hand of that because he got attacked with this knife.
I don't know if it's just like a model thingy with the game, but that knife is not the broken one that should be there. If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I can
I think I know what this is. It'd be really funny to see you find it.
Is it? Ah. Oh, I see. No. No, it's just the knife going there.
Oh.
I thought that I could hold enter while it's also. Hmm. Reversing in time. I want to check something. I think I have an idea, but I don't know if that's like how this game wants me to look at this. Okay, it's all at the same time, so that is directly that. Hang on. The footage is edited, right?
Is it?
Hang on. I don't think it's at this point. Notice, you see my mouse? Notice here, directly around there. If I know I could play, yeah, if I unpause it and just fast forward, because I noticed this. There's the glove folding. There's that. There's that. And then it goes back to there. And then it goes back to here. What's that?
Oh!
I noticed it the first
I didn't
footage
notice
thing.
that.
Also, we knew of that. So
we do know about that. That thing jammed in there, yeah.
So that's what I need to point out, I believe.
Maybe?
Maybe. I'm hoping.
I mean, that's for you. I'm looking it up for me.
You're looking up the answer.
Videotape.
Take that. I'm hoping it's that. The thing
Wii
that's strange
remote
about
controls.
this video has it's got to be this. That is strange. Something certainly seems unnatural about that. What could it mean? I think.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Wright. You're a fucking idiot. You seem to have gotten the point of this exercise. You're so stupid. You should L plus ratio. What's the one? What you were looking for is one thing and one thing only. Something that indicates the man may not be Detective Goodman. Not that random piece of fucking cloth.
Ooh. I almost walked right into the defense's trap.
Oh.
I'll place him under arrest, sir.
I swear to God.
Rats. I need to slow down and tackle things one piece at a time. Okay.
Okay, I know where the contradiction is, and okay. It says I'm pointing a finger at us. You can do it, Mr. Wright. Here are the controls again.
Yeah.
It's
his.
I wonder what that means. Oh, I see where it is. Okay.
Is it the glove?
Do you want to find it yourself, or do you want me to tell you?
Is there a... So, with the original DS one, was I able to... Were you able to do this?
Apparently, yeah, actually.
I would assume so. It would probably be like a... Like, you know, the button... It might have been that this was on the top screen. That's why it's formatted like this. Oh, actually,
yes.
I think so. But it's like, this is on top in the play...
I will say... Do you want me to give you a hint, or do you want to find it on your own?
Is it the glove?
Yes and no.
Yes and no. Ah, yes. Isn't the... Might be... No, the models even have like the...
There's a glove there.
Glove. Well, it's like the door becomes wide open. Hang on. I need to unpause it. Why is he positioned like that?
He's being edgy, my boy.
He's just prepped to attack.
Would he have like heard him walk in and was like, "I'm ready to kill a man"?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm just looking. I don't have.
What are you looking for?
I was looking at the clothes. I don't have anything that shows his.
That's it. She is
That's hers.
wearing his.
Yes,
She's wearing a
that's his.
jacket.
It's a,
Why'd she steal his jacket?
why is it have so much less detail?
Because you can't see it in this when he attacks Meekins. He has like blood on his shoulder. Which I assume is Meekins.
Yeah. I was looking for like comparing with the
that
actual
I
outfit.
see what you would. I was comparing the bloodstains because I'm thinking like a murderer.
It's just, I think it's like a difference between model and all that. I love the glove just like falling out. Do I just present? I have to point him out, or do I point out an object? It's like the main question.
Which feels right.
I mean, I don't get in trouble. I just have to listen to the Blue Badger.
Do you just want to get roasted again by Edra? What could it possibly mean? Sorry to interrupt, but you're a fucking idiot. Okay. Do you want me to tell you? Or give you a hint? Because I don't think you've noticed it. To be fair, I didn't notice it until I like looked it up.
You cheated. I
didn't cheat. I knew. Okay, so I will say the thing you need to point out for this thing, you have already gone past it. It is very early on in the video.
Is it? Is it because it's
the
lights on?
Paula's here. What does that light on top of the locker mean?
That it's open, isn't it?
If it's open, Meekins is going on about the fact that you need a fingerprint to open it.
Yeah. I did hit the right thing, I think. Yes. Hold on a second. I need to use my eye drops. I was thinking about that, but I couldn't, like, it's been a while.
We needed proof that that person who opened the locker was not Detective Goodman, and if his locker was open already...
B. That we were probably gonna miss because that was something we let last stream, and it's been a week, so...
I was like, you don't remember this, I'm gonna give you the hint.
It did seem off, but I couldn't remember it. That was the thing. Like, my brain was like, hey, something's weird about that. Like, I noted it, but I was like, okay, that's the thing. I didn't think of it because I couldn't remember it. And none of it actually does.
Because the whole thing is like, you needed to present proof that the person who opened, it couldn't have was someone who was not Detective Goodman, and if the locker by the light on top of it was already open, anyone could open it.
Right, it was written in there
it's
saying
unlocked.
They actually had a thing to help people in case they did. Oh, I don't get it. Oh, I think I need to present that, and that's why we have that as well. Would you mind if I borrowed your eye medicine? Don't look at me with those blurry eyes.
Before your eyes get too teary, perhaps you should think this through again,
I did miss it. I needed to hit the light, not the thing.
Yeah.
I do like that there is like a continuous, if you mess up more times than one, dialogue.
Come on, time to listen to the song again! My favorite!
The thing that's strange about this video is gonna be this. Officer Meekins. Sir? So do you mean me, sir? As I understand it. What? He wants to be here! The Blue Badger wants to be here!
You're listening to the song. You don't have a choice.
I'm just gonna put it in the stream playlist and like not mention it. I'm gonna get like
I need like a club remix of this song.
I need to just blare it through my mic every now and again just to annoy you.
Oh hell yeah.
As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. Oh, it's because it's... No. Why is he still playing? This is a defining
You must
moment.
listen to it.
When you grab the handle, and a sensor reads your fingerprint if it matches. The light turns on, and the locker is released. According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir. That 777 is the people, like the free to use entrance.
Oh, was it just like the one we have that just is a guest one?
Yeah, it's the guest one. Because who was looking for his
Ooh. ID? He didn't have his ID on him.
Why else would it be open beforehand? He was
You.
there.
Wait, no. He didn't finish filling out the ID. The missing item thing.
He forgot he could have done it
Because
later.
if he lost his ID and then had to get a temporary one, he didn't finish filling out his missing report for his ID.
He may have just been like, "Hey, I must have forgotten it," kind of thing. Yeah, I don't know.
Give me a temp one, I'll fill it. I go, okay. I understand where you're coming from, but like,
I don't know how this game likes to play, but it's like there's a possibility that that's it. There's a very,
I'm seeing what you're thinking. I know the direction you're going in.
There's a chance that is. If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture.
There's a blue badger in it.
The blue badger. This is why it's here, because this video is playing in the background the entire time.
You just have it on loop. Oh no.
Yeah. Oh, because no, this is to show that it's playing music, but there's no beep to correspond that he opened it as well.
Ah, you're not wrong.
The victim reaches for the handle to open the locker. Let's rewind it to a little earlier. Why else would it also be playing the blue badger?
Because you need to listen to it. It's a banger.
I mean, like, why else would it be playing for the video? It's also would have recorded the beep. Here, notice the light? What's this? It's already lit. Precisely my point, Your Honor. Yeah, no, the reason that was playing the entire time was because they, like, loaded the video up in the background and hid it behind the rest of this till it was cold. And it just kept playing.
Yeah, they're like, there's some banger tunes you need to listen to.
The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle.
Look like a chicken!
Yeah, he did that before.
I remember that.
What's the meaning of this? It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime.
Objection, what the fuck? The locker locks are controlled by an electronic system.
The glove was there. That's why the glove fell.
Oh?
The glove was over the lock, so that it couldn't...
Oh, like like it didn't close because he had the glove in between it?
Yes.
Like that was keeping it open?
That's why the glove fell when it opened.
Ah, makes sense.
Or it could have been at the bottom of the lock and of the thing, so when he closed it, he obviously didn't realize that the glove was too thick, so didn't realize that it wasn't closed.
When the door
and it snugged onto the glove, kind of thing.
Yeah. When the door is shut, a sensor is triggered, and the locker is automatically locked.
Oh, I know. It must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this.
It's not likely your honor the sensor would detect and report any malfunction. If it was broken down, it wouldn't.
Oh well. It just goes to show novices should keep their mouths shut. I mean, it's a very good point, Judge.
No, Judge, you're right. Go off, King.
So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation? Me, Your Honor? Yes.
What the fuck would I have an explanation, Your Honor?
Why wasn't the locker locked? Me, Your Honor?
I was the one who
Yes.
unlocked it.
Well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do
What do you think? Oh, fuck.
Wait.
She moved!
I saw the name and I was like, oh yes, this is me. I'm just
She
taking a moment.
fucking switched sprites! I thought it was her!
What do you mean? What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator?
Huh? Oh, my specialty is dead bodies. Maybe something like jam the system sensor?
Say something jammed the sensor. Say, I'm a step ahead. I already knew.
You're so smart.
That's
Yeah, that's why I said when you were like, is it the glove? I'm like, well, yes, but actually no.
That was for later.
Yeah, I thought so too. There's gotta be another clue somewhere in this footage.
Are you ready? Very well. Let's inspect the video once more.
Time for the fucking banger
Look, what's
tunes
unlocked.
again!
Mr. Wait, wee. I don't know if that's like the point. I just need to be on the glove at any point. What's that? Yes. Please watch closely. This is the it's the continuation of the part I showed you earlier. Okay, I did click the right point. I'm glad I didn't. I was like not like I didn't have to rewind to the right frame.
Yeah.
Why is the blue
I
badger quiet this time now?
They killed him.
What's this? Something white fell out of the locker.
What's this? What's this? There's white stuff in the air. What's this? There's white stuff everywhere.
But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are open. I fall out and roll discs. I don't know what Norse would say, but
I often fall out and roll great distances when my car door is open, sir.
I thought
He
that
said.
was what was being said.
Fucking idiot.
We can't be sure that that item was completely inside the locker to begin with. What do you mean? The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Inserted?
Inserted where?
And sort of. I love that we have to watch this again.
Just pure silence.
Long, yeah. This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 out of 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. Instead of the closing, I get choked. I sort of saw that
Instead
one.
of the door closing, my tie chokes me. Yeah.
Yeah. But the object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door.
Only that would have to block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator.
Yeah, the rubber glove.
Yeah, it's rubber.
Yeah, rubber. Yes, an insulator. But the crime scene. There just might have been something that fits the description. But sir, my insulator... I think I finally got this figured out.
Oh, I can't believe it. A glove?
Very well. Yeah, very well. Will the defense please present the relevant evidence? What is this, this insulator that is, to lock door? Might be past it. A rubber glove! See, I know electronics, so I know this as well, but also it's like a common fact that people...
It was also like evidence, so it being in an evidence locker
Yeah.
makes sense.
I found this near the locker, a thin rubber glove. But we can't be sure that was in the victim's locker. It has the tag that says SL9 is incident.
Hmm?
The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker. But that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is this not so, Officer Meekins? Sir, it would appear that... Order. So we are to believe then that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman.
Don't be misled, Your Honor. The defense is a fucking idiot.
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
The defense has merely demonstrated the possibility and nothing more. The victim in that video was indeed Bruce Goodman. Look at him. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this.
What?
Officer Meekins, testify about this.
Sir? Me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir.
You were stabbed by him, you fucking idiot.
You mean that, sir? Of course, sir. Is this a trick? Very well. Begin your testimony. Mystery Men 2.
There's 2 mystery men?
There's one thing that proves that the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, it's a record. There's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card. Okay, yeah, this is where I used the lost form. An ID card. ID card record. I see.
I have the ID record right here, Your Honor. The ID used at 5:14 is that of the victims.
Just before the crime. Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transfer. Why were there so few people using this room?
This video evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases.
Special cases?
Cases like your mom getting fucked. Extremely violent cases involving police staff. Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end.
Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference.
There were only a few cases up for transferal there, and most were cleaned up by noon.
Right, I see. Now let us move on to the cross-examination. So yeah, Goodman was filling out that he had lost his evening. But I think I'll just press around the IDs so I find the right one that I need to do. Is that card hanging from your neck one of these ID cards? Yes, sir. This card right next to my my cuff, sir. I keep it here so I won't ever forget it. But what if someone were to steal it from you, keeping it out in the open like that? Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck. Remember when I said two out of 3 times my tie gets stuck when I get out of my car? Well, the remaining time it's my ID card that gets stuck. Instead of the door closing, my ID card tricks me. Maybe I should have just leave this one alone.
At any rate, each police officer only has one ID card. Both police department and prosecutor's office could attest to this.
Please proceed with your testimony. I just want to get from these. I think I know which ones, but also I want to make sure. Let it be noted that this is the record the witness referred to. Let me see. Yes, that would be it. Detective Goodman. What's the matter? According to this, Mr. Edgeworth, your name is on here.
So it is, Your Honor.
That prosecutor again. He may be behind us all. It's the man in the blue murder. Shh, don't stare at him. You picked the wrong color, kid. It would seem the inquiry committee will want to speak with you again today.
I have nothing to be ashamed of regarding my actions or their consequences. But now, let us continue the cross-examination. Poor Mr. Edgeworth, it must be so difficult for him.
Earlier, I believe you testified that when you asked the man to show his ID card, he pulled a knife on you. Yes, sir. He didn't show me any ID card, sir. Do you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife. Maybe he was just panicked. Thing stems from contradictions. That's the point of it.
What do you think?
I'm confused.
What?
The problem with this ID card testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth to miss something like this.
You're thinking too hard about it. Come on, let's show them what we've got.
I think from the dialogue, I'm going to present the lost item report. I think it's this dialogue. So he mentioned about losing it. Yeah. It was just the dialogue of Phoenix being like, what if you were to lose it? That was what got me to be like, oh, I have to be on this dialogue. Wait one moment, Officer Meekins. I'm not good at waiting, sir. I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. That makes sense? When I said crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. A lost item report? It's only half complete. But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report.
Let me guess, you believe this something to be his ID card, right?
I can't say for sure, but there is a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. Order. So now, what does this all mean? It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. Order. Does the prosecution have a response?
I have only one thing to say to the defense. What the fuck, dude? Bravo, Mr. Wright.
Bravo?
Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 p.m. on the day of the crime, a crime was committed. The man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There were two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright?
Yes. What's he up to?
That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instance of the murder.
Well, I guess that's right.
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago you seemed content to be pointing your finger around.
This isn't going to end well.
Yeah, I don't like it when you agree with me, though. Well, it seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone such lengths to prove.
Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth.
The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means the murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot. At the prosecution's office. The murderer being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness observed the moment of the defendant using the murder weapon.
Ah,
Yeah, fuck.
damn, we were so close.
Dang it.
I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning. The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered? And where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman.
Just so, Your Honor.
Oh.
Mr. Bright, you have to do something or Lana's gonna fucking die!
I right-clicked and the game is just like,
Give me a
skip to
sec.
that. What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? Object?
Objection?
Oh, one moment, Your Honor.
What now, Mr. Wright?
Right. Is it oh, it's enter. I press enter. This.
Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven.
Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap.
What are you talking about?
This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder.
Are we gonna watch the whole fucking video again? I swear to God.
No. Actually, I think now I've got to point out the thing that I noticed. However, I can't. It cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amount of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter. Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, Your Honor.
If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considers the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared other witnesses for this incident.
This just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand.
Mr. Bright, do you mean...
Your Honor? The defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh? Whom do you have in mind? Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room.
Prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply.
Very well, then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would have testified? What is his or her name? It's Emma Sky.
No! Emma! I can't believe it!
Jake Marshall. Officer Jake Marshall.
Why him?
I can't let Edgeworth know anything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel that we should hear what he has to say.
Prosecution agrees to defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We should need longer than 20 minutes to prepare.
Very well. The court would take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed? Subpoenaed. What a funny word. Well, the prosecution, please prepare the witness during this time.
We will, Your Honor.
Court is now in recess. Oh boy. We're getting to the latter of this. I'm assuming this is the latter part of this part.
Give me a second.
I'm assuming, because why else would there be a recess? Like,
Yep, ladders after the recess.
I mean,
You
the
are
last time
correct.
we had a recess and went back to court, it was a latter, so...
It's latter time.
Latter. We've
Same
been
with
going
latter.
for an hour and 16.
Mm.
So we're a good pace, I would say, to get it done tonight at a reasonable time.
Mm.
February 24th, 11:32 AM. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2.
There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright?
Huh? What do you mean?
Go for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out.
I haven't figured anything out.
I'm just really good at... Lana! You're the one who knows everything. Emma. You always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me?
It's just he's there.
He's here.
I hope I'm not intruding anything, pals. Oh, yes I am. I'll come back later. I would have loved if they just left Gumtree to appear and then just disappear. Wait, Detective Gumtree, what is it? I like to think he just skulks back in.
Mm.
You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. And on top of it, and to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals.
Sorry, detective.
You better be, pal. Hey, hey. Hey, I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky.
That's okay. So, you brought what I asked?
Oh. You mean this, right?
My apologies, detective, due to my present circumstances. I was supposed to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request.
My name? Never in a million years would I would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I need them by noon. Talk about crazy. The SL9
That's crazy one.
incident. Oh, was it? What?
I was crazy once.
I was crazy. Okay.
But Lana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them.
I can't believe you, the chief prosecutor, were a witness in that case. Miss Guy was a witness? Yes, SL9 incident. Files received from Lana Sky. Files of
Let's
the
go.
Joe Drake killings.
Joe Dark.
Dark. My brain. I've seen Drake more as a word than dark. Dark
You're
spelled like
just
that.
switching the R and the A around. in your
Yeah.
brain.
Solved 2 years ago. Yeah, it's just because I'm more. Yeah, seen Drake as a word. Dark spelled like that is not a common. I don't even think it's a proper. Word.
Names aren't proper, so...
Yeah. That's why. Take it from me. You don't want anything to do with serial murders. Oh wait, now that I've brought you your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me? But why? Why is your name in here?
What? My name's in there. I don't know. Unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana, this SL9 incident, is that... That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark killings. The Joe Dark... No, Lana! That's over with, no! Oh, there she
Yeah,
goes.
wait. She ran away. You know what? I just remembered. I'm gonna be somewhere. Sorry, pal. But I'm out of I'm out of here.
I gotta be anywhere that is not here.
Lucky. Lucky love. Jake Marshall, Angel Star, Demon Grant, Miles Edgeworth.
Why is it always you four?
Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence.
Knowing you, it just might be... knowing you, you might just be able to figure it out. Time to get back in the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck.
I better take a good look at this file. Oh boy. To be continued. Nope. I would like to save. I realize I can use the the arrow keys and that, and enter to press so I'm not like accidentally double pressing. February 24th, 12:14 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 9. By ourselves.
Number 9. Oh yeah, the fucking assistant just ran away.
Yeah. The courtroom will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. No, it didn't come back.
I took my fucking emblem. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand.
I guess. No, okay, I have to do this too. Incident number SL-9 closed. Perpetrator Jake Dark. Crime, serial murder. Sentence, death. Victims: Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Edith Kirby, Rachel Moss, Jeb Bates.
I would
Neil
love to know if
Marshall.
those names are references.
Yeah. I feel like Jeb Bates is very much of like close to one, but I might be wrong.
Give me a sec, let me grab it.
I'm assuming Neil
Give-
Marshall is important because of Jake Marshall. That's like a outstanding. Driver, Head Prosecutor Miles Edward, Witness Lana Sky and Emma Sky. Investigation Task Force. Was investigators is Demon Grant and Gant and Lana Sky. And investigators Bruce Goodman. Investigators Jake Marshall and Angel Sky. Interesting. Did you? You'll have to let me know once you've.
I might have to look those up individually.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Did you?
Let me call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Oh, I have to go to SL9, not to this case. Okay.
Yeah.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man. Same as you, wandering the trials of civilization.
Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it.
Oh, I know. You're a patrolman. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind call it out.
To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor.
Howling wind? I've never heard Edward described described that way before.
Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day the crime took place. Is this correct?
According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? Desperado soul is as boundless as the desert sand. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. In plain old English. Good. Day of the crime.
Plain old English.
My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchid. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at a street-side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. I think he might be 777.
Hmm?
His ID might be 777.
Okay.
It might be a thing of like lucky, because of how he is and how he speaks. It might be like it might be that. That's just me jump into things. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complain. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader.
Apparently,
yeah.
Joe Dark's name in French is Joe Sinister.
Joe Sinister, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I can't find if the names of the other victims are references to anything, because no one has written literally anything up down about them.
Yep. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes. Well, what about the fingerprint activated locks on the evidence lockers? Fingerprint activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? He's not being very helpful.
He's not all that good with machines, or with following orders.
Everyone's got their weaknesses. Now don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright. He's all yours. It's being handed off a person. I'm pushing this. What were you doing in a place like that? I was eating spaghetti. Not even Angel's steak lunches can beat that parlor's Bengali sepa.
Can't help you with that one.
Bengali sepa pasta. I think it's Italian, so I think it's Bengali. I don't know about the second one. Do you mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles? No, desperados eat tacos, partner. That's not what I meant. I hope this has at least taught you a lesson. That's strange. This is usually where Edward says. Do you know? Do you not want to erase this yet?
Okay.
I'm assuming you still haven't found anything.
I am looking. I can't find it.
I wouldn't be surprised if like some of them are in like the credits. Like they are staff. Because I know some games do that, where they put staff for names.
If I Google the names isolated.
Maybe. Yeah. Out of ammo, Officer Marshall. That's right, partner. Or as you would call it, evidence. If you plan to pin me to this crime, then you'd better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My steel horse is waiting to carry me back west into the sunset. One thing seems clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, the witness doesn't appear to have seen anything. Texans don't take orders from anyone. Everyone knows that. Apparently your superiors don't. I have a trump card up my sleeve, so good. Better up the ante. Yes.
I can't find anything specific.
How exactly did you keep an eye on the evidence room? I just made sure nothing moved in the security camera. In the security. Yeah, I just made sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That's that room's still so still. Every time, even time dies in there. I was just a caretaker who entreated? Yeah. Entreated.
Interred?
Interred? Okay.
I don't know.
Interred the recordings. You interred? Videos of nothing aren't that useful. Oh, he destroyed them. That's what he's trying to say. Yeah. Videos of nothing aren't that useful. When the time would come, I would erase the tape.
It's nothing unusual to be. If nothing unusual is recorded tapes are to be erased every 6 hours.
Each time I erased the tape, I felt like I was erasing a part of my life. This guy has a flair of the dramatic.
Okay, apparently, according to trivia, Joe Dark of the SL9 killings is the only murderer in Ace Attorney to have murdered a minor. One of the victims in the name list is a child.
Huh.
The only person to have ever killed a kid.
Interesting. That doesn't do him any good. So in actuality, you didn't physically enter the evidence room. Trying to figure out, but you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right? And you heard a word I said, Budner? I told you that ain't my style. Oh, I'm afraid I don't understand.
That's so funny.
No disparity.
Sorry. I'm trying to hunt it down, and I'm on like the Joe Doc's like wiki page. And I'm like, I googled the names of the victims, so I was like, and I couldn't find the names of the victims in any of the blurbs. And I opened the associates tab, and in the affiliates, it's the names of the victims with victim deceased in brackets next to them. What a way to categorize that.
Yep. No desperado. I know let's rules get in his way. I know join the police force. Serve semester. On the day of the crime. Just between you and me, I didn't set foot in that evidence room that day. There was a rubber glove sticking in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, partner. Can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks. Does this guy avoid being fired? Yeah, press here. You used to be a detective, so you've used the evidence room in the past, correct? Of course. Back in the day, my locker was a goldmine of evidence. And yet you don't know what's the fingerprint locking mechanism. Sorry, partner, I ain't good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a bike works. That's quite incredible.
Signs around the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence.
Now that he mentions it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that too. At any rate, it doesn't seem like this is relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place? Can't do the fingerprints yet. I need to like get some more. Do you think it is that I bring up the I bring up the ID card record at some point?
Maybe? I don't know. Look, I'm only paying attention like a little bit.
You haven't heard anything I've said properly because you've been distracted.
I'm half hearing it, but I'm like I really want to know now.
Did you see the blue badger? I'm actually gonna save here. I was thinking about that. Right, I'll put some maybe trying to see it. Right, I'm gonna reread some of those things that I've just said. We'll just skim through them. Spaghetti. So that one's not that important, I don't think, because of the reactions.
Oh, here's a fun fact that means nothing. If you can use a luminol spray to detect blood in places don't advance the plot. For example, in the guard station, if there's a blood stain on the cactus.
Yeah. Let's see. So best. Okay. Before I use it though, I better up the ante. Is the important thing.
Do I need to look it up?
Um.
Where are we? What is this cross-examination called?
I don't remember. Yeah. I'm pressing buttons. I want that noted. Maybe I'm supposed to show he doesn't.
Wait, what is it? Okay.
I wish I could tell you what this was called.
Oh, you're okay. Okay, what you need to do is present something.
Yeah, I thought so. I'm just trying to figure out.
Do you want the answer? Or do you want a hint?
Oh, I think I know. Maybe. It's just still. Alright. Represent the footage. He says. I went past it.
I think you're forgetting what piece of evidence we have.
What? I guess a good idea is to ask the question is, what am I trying to like trip him up on? I guess.
You're trying to, because what he's saying is the like, I wasn't there the day of the crime. I wasn't there. You need to prove that he was there.
Do I have to use this now? The fingerprints? I don't think I have anything else that proves that he's
because that's proof he's there. That's his.
Okay.
His
Felix's own words were giving me like the I shouldn't
Is
use
he
this
tripping you
yet.
up?
No, hang on. Read this. Okay, I have a trump card. I better play it. Before I use it though, I better up the ante. Makes it sound like I shouldn't use it now.
Damn.
Not a.
That's fucked up. Yeah, I can see how that would screw up. Yeah.
Yeah. Alright, I'm pressing that to go backwards in the dialogue. I think I would present it here then.
It's like, I wasn't here when it went down.
Yeah, it was just Phoenix being like,
there,
hey,
though.
I shouldn't use this, you know, I should up the ante.
Tripped you up, damn.
Yeah, because, like, why would he say that? For, like, something. Like, if he was like, I should find the right time, then I'll be like, okay, understandable. But it's just like, yeah, I should up the ante with the... Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd that it's you being called in to testify like this? After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the swing. Or to be exact, a handprint. This isn't real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crew. I pay my respects, that is, make my rounds, about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there. I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Witness, what's the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the scene, at the crime scene. The blood was wiped away, however. A liminal test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall? It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulder.
I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall? Oh, this is still
you.
him? Fuck.
Yeah.
About the bloodstained fingerprints. Sorry, I thought him.
No, I witnessed. I was like, yeah, he's not speaking. It's still you.
I can't believe they would trip me up like this.
Yep. Very well. You may begin your testimony about your fingerprints found at the scene of the crime. What's it? Fingerprints. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be on, be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the bloodstained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where where my fingerprints was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprints are completely unrelated. Or don't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it.
How do you know that?
The witness explanation appears valid, although there's room for doubt. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. This guy's hiding something. I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. Yeah. That's because, how did you put it? Pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker appears to be mine. What? What do you mean? I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. And that's in there now though. Is a that's in there now is a heap of broken dreams. I see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker's program. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without even knowing it. I've updated. So his own locker. But he doesn't know technology. But he's mentioned that it's his locker.
He didn't know that there was a fingerprint locker, didn't he?
Yeah, he keeps saying he doesn't know about it, but he's...
Keeps saying he's bad at technology.
Yeah.
Kinda sus.
But also, like, I guess I think Gumshoe didn't know, or wasn't told, and didn't notice, like he didn't listen when he got told, but like, I feel like you would have been told when you were like, oh, and this is your locker, this is what it has, this is how you unlock it, kind of thing.
Possibly. Who knows, though?
So then, what about the bloody handprint? Wasn't mine. It's no mystery. Please explain. My locker is covered with my fingerprints. It just so happened. It's a very unlikely chance. Chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could argue just the opposite. The chance of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward from me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why? The person... Unrelated? They're as different as night and day. Kinda like cereal and cereal. One's got to do with breakfast, while the other's a type of murder. That's right. Although seemingly alike, they're totally different. Let's see what homonyms have to do with this. I'm assuming I present the case at that point or something. I wanna know just to make sure. How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports.
There was a blood stain at the scene. Thought to be left by the murderer.
That's right. It was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker.
However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint.
Oh yeah. I think we tried that too. So that would mean the murderer wearing gloves happened to place his hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? This seal of blood is in the desert is just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. Security tape. So long as my trial isn't in there, and my trial isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where we're going to discuss it. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. Too bad I wasn't. I think I now present the.
Oh, you have to present something, alright.
The video.
Oh, fuck, I remember. I read it 5 minutes ago and I don't remember it.
Is this no? Okay. I think I need to press that, not present yet. What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this crime? Isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots? Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. The room isn't shown. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape.
We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright.
Oh, Mr. Wright? If you can show us evidence of this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please show us. Okay, now I show the thing's there. I just had to press not show the video.
You were 17 steps ahead.
We
haven't even gotten to him yet.
I already like figured that out way before I noticed it. I also was like, we didn't see him, and I also noted that like the floor's not shown. Like thought, the floor's not shown. How would he have done that? And it's like, oh, he could have ducked under it. My brain had already like figured that part out way before I figured anything else out. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall.
Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake.
Now then, let's have another look at that at the video. Show us this incriminating evidence of the witness, Officer Jake Marshall. Right, now I can be. You ready for the jam?
Let's go.
Because this camera takes like forever. There you go. Bring your attention back to the security camera. Is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Will you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in the in a certain locker shown in the video. And now that we've got proof that it's his locker, I'll make it. That locker with the white cloth sticking out, that was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. I have to fully rotate this. I wonder if this...
We gotta see the whole fucking thing.
The question I have is this an actual 3D plane and not like a video? Like a
I
video
don't know. I don't know.
I'm intrigued to know how that works. Because it would make sense that it's be like a 3D plane. But also because I think it's the 3DS, it might have... not the 3DS, but the DS, it might have also been a video file that they could have played.
Yeah.
Because they had room for it. But it also would have been less... I don't know. I have to like really look into the inner workings of that. Oh, the white cloth is... it's gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Order. It would... Hold your horses. Sorry, partner. But you got the wrong man.
Oh boy.
So what if my locker was open? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened a locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault. He happened to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like that? Like I'm a wanted man. This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that that particular locker. Oh yeah? I'll call your bluff. Who says I opened that locker? Push it down. Oh, should we go just present the locker itself? Fingerprint sensor? We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is that? Oh, is this? Oh, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? He's got jerky. No, I wasn't expecting that to... No.
There we go.
No.
Dude, he's got fucking like stilettos.
He's got cowboy boots, B. They have...
Did you see how thin the heels were?
They're like that, B.
No, they're not like that. That's a stiletto heel.
There are some that are like that. I think...
No, show me his back spread. No.
Show me his...
Show me his back spread. I want to see his fucking heels. I need to see them. Where is it? What?
I'm gonna continue this while you're distracted.
Yeah. Sprite gallery.
Order. Witness, explain yourself. If this is a joke, it's the worst I ever heard. I assure you, this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime.
Ole?
Yeah, Ole. Please answer the question. I wasn't expecting the judge to say that. What is he now? A bullfighter? Oh, that's the joke. Because he's the cowboy. That's alright. That's alright, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here. We can? Have a look at these floor plans. There is no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness?
It seems Mr. Wright has an answer.
That's right. The only possible conclusion. Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? That's Meekins, right? Yeah, that would be Meekins' cave. With victim. Unless it's an eye. Officer Marshall was standing right here. There. But that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Correct. Unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you, dressed up like Detective Goodman.
That's preposterous. Officer Meekins was witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure.
May I point out, though, that Officer Meekin did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir. Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled a knife on me. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekin would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? You've got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence. He's still denying it. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Let's see if you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition.
Disposition. Yeah.
I can't say I care for your beard, but you see me complain. Oh, what's right? Do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the only one who couldn't take the desert heat. This can't be happening. The surface. He's the one. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do?
It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics.
The basics? I mean, that would be what Mia used to tell me.
Phoenix, try thinking outside the box.
I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise, but rather I should look for evidence that came about because he was in a disguise.
Why do you think this locker was open in the first place?
What do you mean?
There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance that it might have been discovered later, as it has been.
Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then, after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason.
The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that. He opened it in order to put the cloth inside.
Okay. Just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot. Very well. Let's take yet another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker and put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness had to open his locker. Oh boy, can I not? I can't save here. I have 2 chances. Oh boy. I guess the glove, which we found at the crime scene. He just stabbed, grabbed him. Is it the blood? I think it's gonna be the blood. I think it's the only thing I can... Yeah, and then we don't see him again. I think it might have to be the blood.
God.
Do you know the answer already? Have you looked it up?
Yeah. I mean, it wouldn't be suspicious if he walked out of the locker room with, like,
blood on
blood.
him? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room. So I don't know to what end yet. Yeah? However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekin barged in on you. When he asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekin's panicked, and the white cloak you were wearing was soiled with blood. Oh, right, I was like, how did this blood happen? It was because Meekin's hand was cut, so Meekin put his hand on him.
Yeah, Meekin was fucking bloodying all over the place.
Yep, that makes sense. That's how that would have gone.
He's slapping his hand and he's like soaked his entire fucking coat in blood, Jesus.
Yep, a bloody white coat? You couldn't just walk out like that. So you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. I also noticed the blood and I was like, seems important. That's why I went for it. Now then, Officer Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated you. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. Tell the court what you did. All of it. My brain just didn't want to accept that the last sentence was was right. All right. It seems the time has come. Officer Marshall's confession. Oh boy. I had to do it. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I saw the detective's ID and just liked it. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. So the supposed victim was really you.
There's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be?
Officer Meekin managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. I would say... Yeah.
So bloody.
I would say, but you have so many veins in your hand that
Okay, but like, that's like a massive blood stain on the floor. If you bled that much from a cut in your hand, you would like lose all the blood in your arm.
Yeah. I don't know why there's so much blood.
Mm.
It was way too much blood for such a small donation. Okay. I'm assuming... When you say it, you mean... Do you have it, do you even have to ask partner? Yes or 9 incident.
2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to be completely end with the transferal that day.
I don't know if I had anything to do with it, That incident's not over. But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only that case lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself, one more time, no matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. What does he care about it? That day was my last chance. That's why I want to speed through things. And I'll save here. But I believe I present this. Nope, not there. Yeah, it was saying, like, why did he care about it? I guess I've got to press more, maybe, to get more things.
Get more tea.
Because I've noticed myself, but Phoenix, I think, like, is, like, in the part of not knowing it. Of, like, that the names on there are related.
Yeah.
Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transfer, I'll be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere.
So you did it to fool the security camera?
And the detective's ID card. I stole it. I stole that the morning of the incident. So that really was why Goodman started filling out the lost item report. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall.
So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight.
What do you mean, partner?
I meant the fingerprint activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself.
And he could have, but he could, because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. Yeah, ooh. He must have gone in with him at some point. But he also doesn't know. He didn't know about them, so it wasn't him who did it. Because why would he do that? If he knew, like, oh, you can open them, anyone can do that, he wouldn't have done that. I already think I know who the other conspirator is, but like I can't, like I don't know if I can put anything to put evidence-wise for that.
Yeah.
You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off. Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a 1 in a million type of person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID.
I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year.
Where did Edward get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me and ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way. With me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say. So you knocked Officer Meekins out. Spooky. And of course, he's got his knife with him. So you did your research beforehand. Those who get into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left.
However, you bloodied your coat in a struggle with Officer Meekins.
If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping, like a baby. So what you were saying is, on that day... Oh, that one. Oh, I moved over. But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What are you? What are you, blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner.
So you stole the evidence from the locker?
Actually, no, I didn't.
Why not?
When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? Researcher? Where is this? Where's that evidence?
It's still missing, Your Honor.
Hey, we've been carrying around that evidence. We have the screwdriver from the case. We have the screwdriver.
Wait a minute.
We have the.
So when was it taken from the locker, though?
We have a jar.
We have a jar.
That's also part of it. That was apparently evidence. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? By the way, partner, it's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer. This is no small offense.
However, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences.
We're getting the sad music.
It can't be forgiven with a simple cut in salary.
Not that salary cuts are even a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. I can't just forget the SL9 incident. You know why. This is what I was looking for. But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence was stored in the evidence room.
Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is that he deserved his sentence.
I remember the Joe Dark case. It involved serial murders, didn't it? I don't intend to complain about how it turned out, but there's something that still bothers me. Something went down on that trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think is the reason. Like, yeah. Now I present. I was way too early with what I was trying to do. Present. This one just spells it out for you. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been snooping too much, cactus juice partner. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name, Marshall, is mentioned in here. And a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall, are you related to this man?
Neil Marshall?
Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago. He received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor? He must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award.
Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did.
That's right. He was killed. And the case fell into your hands. But that's his, but what's his relation to you? He was my brother. He was investigating the murders with Demon Gant, the Deputy Chief of Police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. Yeah?
Yeah, incarcerated.
No, did I say arranged right? Is that the word?
I don't fucking know what that word is.
Arrogant?
Okay.
My brain feels like I don't say the right word for that.
Yeah, arraigned.
Arraigned.
Call or bring someone before a court to answer a criminal charge.
Okay. The case was finally closed. At least, according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight.
And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions?
There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you tried to hide it, you can't fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime.
That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Oh, this is still me. Yeah. Not satisfied with this resolution, Officer Marshall plans to steal the evidence.
Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled.
Yes, the mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that have happened by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as a murder in the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department.
Chance? There's got to be more than just that. I just realized the reason that there's been like quote 2 murders is because it was the DS. I swear that's gonna be the reason why they did it. You know?
Yeah.
The DS dual screens.
Yeah.
I think
They gotta.
they had to have done it.
They could have them, yeah.
Yeah. So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one.
Which in turn means that only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye.
But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial.
Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. And you just said that nothing happened. You just proved that.
But
there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. Yet there remains the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department.
it seems to me this boy got the draw on you, partner.
All of the mysteries of the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye. And the testimony of Miss Angel Starr is entirely incontestable. Isn't completely incontestable, sorry. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. Fuck you. Great single word. I rest my case.
He really likes to rest his case. I bet you
He's so
Edgeworth
tired.
would have a luxury bed for his case to rest in.
Oh yeah.
It seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt.
Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time. Disproving the alleged murder at the police department.
There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape really was fake. But I didn't realize that we would end up proving Lana guilty. Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant
Your Honor, wait!
Emma?
The defense has an objection. A scientific objection. Right?
What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright? Are you are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor, in a sense.
Please, Your Honor. All I'm asking for is a minute of your time. Please, hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please.
Baking.
I don't want to leave any loose ends. You wanted a minute? I'll give you 3. Aww. That's generous. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the George Alec killings.
Now that she mentions it. Names of both Sky sisters were in that file.
But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprints had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing. The other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker?
But no fingerprints were found on it, right? Right?
No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I was sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again.
So did you find something?
No.
Huh?
Sorry. I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all.
Is that all?
Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student.
And I'm just an attorney.
But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them. Please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you.
Me? Oh boy. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain?
It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of more use. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be...
Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. Yes, Your Honor. I need to concentrate. It's now. What could be wrong with that handprint? For some reason I'm missing it. Yeah, it's the blue badges over it. I was like the immediate thing when I there's a handprint there, and the blue badge is there, but I was like, they'll come up at some point, so I'd never mentioned it. This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction.
I think it seems clear that you're grasping, Mr. Wright.
You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing.
Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there?
Yes, something that when drawn will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. Let us pray the defense. Pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. All this evidence here. It's got to be something I can use. The question is, which item can prove something is missing in the floor plans? The blue badger. What about that piece of plywood? The blue badger, mascot of the police force, defender of truth, guardian of proof.
Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. What the fuck?
He just starts singing the song. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The blue badger is not here. So what happens when we put him in? This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well, what? That's right. So long as the blue badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at this spot on the locker. What? Well, Sky's... The Emma has appeared beside us again. So what? So that means, just exactly what does that mean? It means it couldn't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces were, undeniably found on that locker. Now look at me. I didn't put that there.
Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically.
Emma.
And that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the blue badger into the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker.
So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the blue badger was brought in. Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice.
But how?
One time was caught on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekin cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time, someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered.
That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim.
The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker.
And assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred.
When did the first incident occur? To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room. That's right, the blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well, then tell us. When did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth said, proof must be presented. Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. Now then, will the defense please present this evidence that shows when the first... be the first lot of numbers, right? His autopsy says that he died within an hour and a half of 4 PM. Like, between 4 and 4 PM and 5. The closest to 4 is 4:20. Which is on the ID card, which was the 777.
Yeah.
It's the only evidence I can think of. Well, hopefully I don't... If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it, and in order to do so, an ID card would have been required. An ID card? Oh. The ID card record. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at... Let's see here. 4:50 PM. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40 PM. Miles Edgeworth, that's what have you done? Never would have figured you had the nerve, boy.
Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure it out. Oh, to figure out it couldn't have been me.
No, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either.
It's clear from the luminol test that the blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, Both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood.
That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer.
I would have just 10 minutes to murder the victim and carry his body away. And clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible.
That would mean the crime must have taken place before Miles Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Look at the chart. Let's look at the chart again. There's only one other card number reading 7777777. Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 777. Four sevens. Miss Avery, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID is 777777. I like that they didn't even put the numbers in for him this time.
Yeah. That's 1 7's too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I was unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least at present.
What? Explain yourself, son.
Fuck you. The ID number 7777777 belongs to someone with the rank of Captain or higher. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity.
But that's ridiculous. Just how?
I'm not finished talking, right? There's one situation in which we can be granted such authority.
If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted.
Executive.
Official judge? You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates.
I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate if you kept your slander to yourself.
Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask a question.
Yes.
No, not you. To her. The defendant sitting over there. You, your own little executive. Well,
don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we looked up her ID number. It's not 7777777.
don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I wanted to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. The SL9 incident? Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence?
Understood, holy shit. Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? Item 5, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of prosecution for that trial. At the time, occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least I did. Lana! I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law.
Defendant, just what are you saying? What do you mean they're both standing at the stand?
They're just like elbowing each other, like trying to stay on the stand.
I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence to court in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't.
I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order to get him the verdict he deserved. But Lana! You've been involved forging evidence.
See? That's what I'm talking about. Order, 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 order! The Lana's remark caused such a stir. The chaos in the courtroom could not be quite quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day. Could be continued. We're 2 hours and 45 minutes in. Almost 3 hours into the stream, and we're on not the last day, are we? We're on day 3 investigation. Is it only... Does day 4 only have trial?
No.
I'm hoping we can get through it, but that whole latter part took like an extra hour and something. Almost like 2 hours.
We are not on day 4 yet.
I know, but that's why I said the whole latter
day 4
part.
is all trial. We're not done with day 3 is the thing.
Okay, I was asking if day 4 was just trial. Yeah.
Sorry, I forgot that this is not day 4.
Yes, that's what I was asking. Because yeah. You were just like, oh, I knew we were investigating because I saw the same thing saying day 3 investigation. So I was like, yeah, okay, I should ask. Because I think we can maybe push it if it's just trial. It's just the dialogue that's slow. Because I didn't take that long to do the puzzles. It was all that extra dialogue. I did, like, sit around for a bit, but yeah.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved.
Side pose.
I don't know. I never knew the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings.
Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me.
Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me.
What do you mean what happened to you?
It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence.
But what do you have to do with those killings, Emma?
On the night the prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me.
What? He tried to kill you?
Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me.
So that means you...
Yes. I was a witness to the Joe Dark trial.
I didn't see that one coming. I did. That's like out of that. It's like, that's gonna be... It even says that she was a witness.
Yep.
I didn't mean...
Look, my boy can't read.
Phoenix
Give him a
is
second.
Just not reading at all. I can't believe him. He's a Yu-Gi-Oh player. I'm sorry, I had to.
It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work.
Why is this so similar to the first case?
Yeah.
Or the second case, I mean. But yeah.
And suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office.
You're dark.
It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I don't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up.
Jack Marshall's brother.
Joe tried to take me hostage. But before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then
What happened?
I died. I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now.
Picture. What's the incident?
I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall.
So you weren't able to testify about that?
No, I was only asked about it when I was attacked. I must be why she made up the crime.
Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence?
The prosecutor's office wanted the guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it.
Edgeworth?
Yes. I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened.
So it's true, even though he may have not known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence.
After that case, Lana was never the same. She became cold, like she is today.
She must have been, she must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. What did you see in that, in the instance that crime occurred?
Dark knocked Mr. Marshall. Fuck. Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife.
Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl.
I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms.
Well, Emma, you've been through so much.
I couldn't bring myself to testify about that incident.
By herself in the courtroom.
The little baby. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good.
2 years ago, you must have been 14. That's understandable.
Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight the crime with my testimonies. And find the evidence that makes an airtight case. That way Lana will never have to forge any.
I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma.
What is it?
You said you were in Lana's office at the time, right?
That's right.
Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor.
There was no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day.
Taken him for questioning. You mean by the police?
Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office.
But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office?
Because the detective offices are and the questioning room are right across from the elevator.
Across from the elevator. Balana's was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she?
No, silly, didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force.
What? That's news to me.
After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor.
I used to be a detective. I'd better have another talk with her. Interesting. So much to look at.
Lana. Mr. Wright. It seems I keep causing you trouble.
I keep casing you.
I keep casing you.
To see Phoenix right in the case. Shoved in there.
No, Lana, please. Oh my god.
Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type.
Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks.
No. Emma told me about you.
Oh?
About how you were a detective 2 years ago. And how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office.
That's right.
Could you fill me in on the details, especially about the unusual change of jobs?
I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright.
I need this. I need this to continue my investigations. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today. Not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago.
Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believe that no matter what happened, you always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At the trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul.
Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department.
I mean, it's not true, Lana, but the witnesses, Miss Starr said about you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me.
I don't think I've ever seen Lana look this so phased? Yeah.
Phased,
Phased
yeah.
before. Okay, music.
It's true, I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing! They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Grant cracked together.
Chief Gant?
Grant. He was the deputy chief of police back then, and he still worked the crime scene. Damon Gant. That unfortunate slip of the tongue. He was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed.
Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened?
I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes, so you could use that experience in court, right? So I could flirt with this really cute defense attorney. Her name was Mia. Dan's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office.
Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of the last 2 years ago.
2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Doc.
Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Demon Grant, right?
Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations.
I question why they do this, like that kind of wording, but I guess it's like in case you forgot. Like, because these games could be saved at any point. So I'm assuming that is like the reason.
Yeah.
They even had the same office.
We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. And that was when his final murder took place.
And he tried to murder Emma.
Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of a crime was me.
Now you tell us. This is another scene.
Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So we waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down and fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me.
So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana?
It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood.
3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall and the victim, Emma, who had passed out.
And the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious.
What did you do?
To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her.
Can't blame her. After all, her sister must have gone through.
After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest.
Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident.
That's right. Quite a coincidence,
I don't buy it.
What are you saying?
There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance.
But in that case... Fuck. But that case was solved 2 years ago.
At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved.
Officer Marshall, yes. His actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories.
That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right?
Yes, in the office that Damon and Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant occupies now occupies by himself, the chief's office.
Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. Or until intense music. Off we go! Whee! February 24th, the police station. I see Detective Gumshoe anyway.
Things seem kind of quiet around here today.
You're right. The chief detective seems the same though.
Why don't other people go look for some... Fuck. Why don't we go look for some other people to talk to?
Right.
Why can't I read?
We can come back here later. Okay. Yeah, I read this how badly you were failing to read.
I don't know why I'm flubbing it so bad.
You just like completely skipped like
I like completely rearranged that sentence into a different sentence.
Yeah.
Oh, hi.
Howdy, Bambino.
Oh, Mr. Marshall.
Never thought things turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Sierra? I think that's...
Yeah.
I heard it.
Close enough.
I'm close. I've heard it. I don't remember how to pronounce it. I just know I'm close. You never know where life will lead you. Hey, Babina. I should have known my luck had run out when Billy dried up this morning.
Billy?
Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you heading? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner.
Mr. Marshall, why did you do it?
Why do prosecutors head west? If ever there was a case, I needed to know the truth about. It was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All detectives thought so. What do you mean, fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Duck's. Alright. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised.
A question?
The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there is a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Facts have been concealed with forged evidence. I feel like I know where this case is turning to. The one person we've seen the little of.
Oh?
We've talked to him, but he's not been around for proper questioning, and he's been part of this case. I think there's a reason with this case, but the original case, I think something else happened. That case left a scar behind on all of us.
Scars that the SL9 incident left behind.
I got the looks, but he got the brains. he was one of the best prosecutors around. I mean, to be honest, they look pretty similar. Yeah? People say that he's got the looks.
Yeah,
They look very similar.
they do look very similar.
I don't think he got much. This is what I'm trying to point out.
Yeah. I think he's, yeah.
He
Yeah.
has no idea about technology.
Look, there's nothing going on between those ears. All he know is cowboy pun.
Yep. I just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together.
How old was he, your brother?
He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the king of prosecutors? I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother.
The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as...
That's right. It was the day of the evidence transfer. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall, there was thunder. Hang on. I've been slowly trying to take drinks because, like, my throat is gone.
Mm. Oh boy.
I think on top of that, I'm a little bit sick. I'm like... I've got like, I don't know how to explain it, but, like, I've got, like, the throat and sort of the nose thing, but I'm not presenting that much, but I know I'm sick, kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's just, like, the throat is what gets me the most. It's always the sore throats. It's, like, the symptom I have the most.
Mm.
And it's not helping that I'm talking a bunch, because I'm irritating it a lot. I can't believe 2 years ago have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence, so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop me. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. How about this guy? There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Mr. was fired and was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They?
What are you talking about?
Don't get upset, Bambino. I mean, Damon Gant, and Lana Sky. The investigation led Damon Gant and his second-in-command, Lana Sky.
Mm.
There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. Their case was the biggest step in both their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah. Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She'd never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Sky was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too.
Tell me, what happened to my sister?
Sorry, Bambino, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. On the secret. It all started 2 years ago. There you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing I'm sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Demon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I wouldn't even be a patrolman after today. That is a new animation. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambino. Yeah, the thing I've been I sort of was vague about is that Gant wasn't mentioned in... He's mentioned that he was part of when Dark attacked. But no one talked about him. What happened? It's not different afterwards. Yeah, that's the conclusions I've drawn. It's very obvious at this point. I did have a very, like...
Are you suggesting that Demon Gant is not a good guy? I can't believe you would say something.
I wanted to know, the first moment I saw him, my brain was like, he's the one who's, like, behind a lot of this, isn't he? And then never said it because my brain was like, that'd be too obvious. Also, it would ruin the fun. But that's I always go for it because it's like the obvious, not obvious thing where like, oh yeah. But games do it too often where my brain is just like, oh, this is what's happening. And that's why I'm right too often, because I know it. I'm also wrong. But you know, sometimes it happens. No one's here today. Not even Miss Star.
Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are.
But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m.
Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case.
But instead, it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty.
Hang in there, Lana.
I've got to find all the evidence, all the answers by tomorrow. I'm just moving around.
Mr. Edgeworth isn't here.
Maybe he's been questioned by an inquiry committee. He took a real beating in court today.
Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago.
I guess we'll just have to come back later. I think I got what I needed to be into the... Maybe I'll check criminal affairs, if not... I'll get that look. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted.
Must mean everyone's busy solving crimes.
Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Huh? Thanks. Oh, he actually talked to us. The chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision and about what to do. About Mr. Edgeworth not to mention our statement to the media and tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those.
Sorry? We'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office.
Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor.
Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Oh, don't admit that!
Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm.
Well, if you're waiting, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office.
We've just been told where to go. I'll quickly be back. I've been drinking a lot of water and that.
Oh boy.
I'll be back quickly.
It's my stream now. Oh my. I don't know, everything's everything to say. I've just been looking up. I'll be honest. Greek mythology fan art. Specifically Helen of Troy. Helen of Sparta. Helen. Her. Very fun, interesting lady. Bah. I don't know. All I can talk about, because I don't do anything ever. The Greek mythology brain rot is real though. I am here and I cannot escape. The rot is in here. That's great.
I'm back. Thinking
oh my god.
I might try and push the stream because I'm just seeing it. No matter how we look at it, day 4 is might not be that long.
Day 4 is all trial.
Yeah, and that's what I'm seeing. We're getting to the point where everything is like concluding, so they're not going to be saying too much, like revealing and pushing it kind of thing. So we might be able to complete this closer to the time I would like. We'll just see how long this investigation takes. But also, by that point, next stream will be like 2 games. And I want to try and like keep it as like 1 game per stream. November 24th, Police Department's Chief Office. Fucking organs. Oh, where am I?
This chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door.
Check out the pipe organ. That's real, isn't it?
I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Buck. I thought it was a genius until they tried teaching me notes. I never could remember where C was.
Oh, Buck, because I...
Like, Buck, him.
The letter...
Him. He is, I believe, deaf?
Oh, I didn't know
piano
the
player?
person. That's just because of the plot of the, like, not knowing the things. Because there's, like, an acronym for the, all the letters.
I can't find a name of like a song you recognize, but all the names are boring.
No, the names are boring.
Like the music is recognizable, but not the names.
Was it like the first symphony or something? Like they're like really dull. Say one of them.
Toccata and Fugue in D minor.
Oh yeah, I know. I think I know who it is. Yeah, but
there's a lot of smash on piano kind of stuff. Which is what that's what the meme is. Like, they called her Little Buck because she just slammed her hands all over the keys.
It's interesting, about it. Yeah, no, because it was like the art of making new music that like music is not named something that cool until way later.
Yeah. Oh, hi.
Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant? He put that paper he was reading, reading in his desk. So, righto. Have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too, with Mr. Marshall's misconduct. And Lana's proactive statement. Proactive statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? I've noticed that there used to be a sword in that.
They did say the statue was broken.
Yeah. I thought it was broken because about the shield, but that makes sense. I guess that's what they were trying to confuse you on.
Yeah. Okay.
I was like, what's she have a weapon though? It's just like the armor there being positioned in front of her.
It's just a fucking suit of armor. Jesus, okay.
Oh, there's the broken.
Bougie fuck office. Suit of armor. Giant fucking organ.
Hey, look, there's the vase.
No. It's less bloody.
Yeah. That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with this picture. Can't quite seem to put my finger on it though. Rent team picture added to the court. It takes fucking forever to continue. Anyhow, anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together.
Oh. But this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, would still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend.
Looks like we aren't welcome.
It seems that case isn't over with yet, after all.
What do you mean?
Chief Grant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there.
Mean like a clue?
There's got to be a way we can get inside the chief's office. Oh boy. No. Alright, we'll just making sure. I wasn't expecting much, but I was just gonna move here, because why not? Hey pal. Detective Gumshoe. Aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? Just taking a breather. My feet hurt.
From sitting so long?
Actually, I'm serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battle between you two in court. It sounds serious. That sounds serious.
Is it because of what my sister said?
That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsifies evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood.
Yikes.
Interesting. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, a prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, But as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor kept him safe from those who didn't like him. But now with this...
Are there so many people who hate him?
And in our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know for making enemies. Hey Dick, keep up the good work. Yes sir. Let's go out for lunch together sometime. My treat. Yes sir. You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. It seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier, while the coffee was brewing. He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Stark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack? You mean, when he killed Prosecutor Marshall? He was trying to protect some girl.
Me.
It seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Eva was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all.
Well, what was it?
Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forgot. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay? This power of recollection never fails to impress.
Maybe they should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory.
Yeah, what is it? Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. What made him take to serial killer? One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car.
His car? So it was an accident?
An accident, yes, but it transformed into an animal. He transformed him into an animal.
An animal?
Yeah, it just turned into a giant cat.
What the fuck?
He killed a man. He killed. Yeah, I can't. My brain's not too. I'm tired.
He killed a kid. Okay, the gist of it is, he accidentally ran someone over with his car, and then he went and killed the person who witnessed it, and then he went and killed the person who witnessed that, and then while he was burying the bodies, the third guy he killed was a kid. While he was burying their bodies, a jogger came up on the scene and he killed the jogger.
Yes. Yeah, no, the rest of that was like, because I wasn't able to, like, continue it. I'm tired, and I can't read that fast.
Oopsie doopsies. He's like, if there was no crime, if there were no witnesses.
Just trying to look. No, there's no option for me to not do, like, to stop that. Seemed he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. So he turned himself in? Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that the last witness wasn't killed. What last witness? AKA Emma. Let's ask him about the murder. About this. Hey, is that... It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since the case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker.
On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. And was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler.
That's it. Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When he showed me that knife, it's all coming back to me.
Well, what was it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again.
It doesn't... It's a bit of a nuisance when, like, you don't get that, like, the dialogue stuff. Straight there and then. This knife, it was Stuart Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at. Plus it had his fingerprints on it too.
No one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right?
That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you see it's broken.
You don't have to take a look at that. Take a good look to notice that.
Hey, well anyway, take a guess where the broken tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in.
Where was it? In him.
The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet. Down to the last fiber.
That's pretty conclusive.
Neil's autopsy report's been added. And it's been updated to say this belonged to him. But they have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant. It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered.
Chief is out now and his office is locked. We would like to have a look around, if that's okay.
Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door.
What, really?
But if I let a civilian in there, I'll be charged with breach of trust.
Breach of trust?
Simply put, I'll be canned. Oh. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you.
How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's.
That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died.
Oh.
So in other words, Gumshoe is the only chance of getting into that office.
I wonder if there's something that I could show him that would make him change his mind.
The Blue Badger! Right?
Look at him!
Look at
The
him!
Blue Badger!
The Blue Badger! Where do I just... Oh, I pressed the wrong one. Hello! Did I not? Right, I've got to press it. That was in the wrong option. That's why I was confused. Which is... There you go. Hey, that's it. That's the king of prosecutors work. What that Mr. Edgeworth got the other day. You got the award ceremony. See, I think we've seen this one.
I was wondering, why is the award a shield? And why is it broken?
Well, there's a reason. Yeah. I'll tell you what it is like. I forgot. I don't think I can just show this again. He's gonna be like, hey! Anyway. I don't know if I've got anything that I've got what can help at the moment. Right? Okay, let's just move around more then. Maybe if he knows his favorite guy is fun. I wonder if Edworth is back yet.
There he is! There he is! It looks like he's writing something. What are you doing here? Get the fuck out of my office!
He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh?
Fuck you. I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another alleged allegation to me? Sure, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm rooting for you.
That's Edworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings.
So what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day.
Whatever.
There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to. Nothing I do can erase that fact.
But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that the evidence was falsified.
The police department and prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. The fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have. Mr. Edgeworth. I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it all come to this?
But Edworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. You're up for the trial tomorrow?
For last year's trial. That's last year's trial, now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that that case would come back to haunt me like this.
What do you mean?
Your list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long.
It's only half as long as most lists. That is odd.
After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time.
That picture. Something seems strange about it. Oh, Dave. Can you tell us about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You're participating in the ceremony over at the station, right?
I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this? Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning and then drove over to the police department.
You finished up at the office?
Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it to the prosecutor's office.
That's the story you heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to?
That's right.
Can I? Right. This picture was hung up in the on the wall in Chief Gant's office.
Oh fucking god. Prosecutor Neil Marshall just started making a name for himself. Looks like he was taken when he received... This was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes. The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding... It's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. Ah, I remember now.
Remember what?
That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind this design. A story?
Sounds interesting. Do you mind telling it to us?
It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. What does that mean? This award originates in an ancient from an ancient Chinese tale. Why? What is happening?
It's gotten to you.
In China, stop. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story?
Me? Oh, sure. Everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it though? For Emma's sake.
Very well. I swear to God.
Yeah, of course I know.
It's time for an ancient Chinese tale. Why is the fucking contradiction like music?
Because it's contradiction. Remember me?
Long ago, in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon.
Wait a minute. Those guys contradict each other.
Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard the story before, right?
I love the music. I love how they hit the music for this.
Already caught! Fuck yeah! Anyways, as you mentioned, the very description of these items discredits them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. But it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion. Even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today.
That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield?
You have to ask Chief Gant. Chief Gant? 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished.
Chief Gant. Prosecutor's trophy updated. Interesting. Interesting. I think we're done with Edgeworth here. I think he's gonna start yelling at us if we keep trying to represent him stuff.
Mm.
Oh no.
Excuse me?
I assumed you'll be back.
Would you care for a quarter pound of roast beef?
Mister, guess she's out of lunches.
You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipples and discovered milk. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago.
Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the incident from that case was. Due for transfer.
Yeah.
This couldn't all be attributed to mere coincidence.
Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness?
The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife.
No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savoured when eaten.
Mr. Hatred towards Lana. It all dates back 2 years ago. I've got the achievement, Lunchbox Specialty.
Yay! That took way too much effort.
And yeah, you were here, because I probably would have missed it, because I didn't know there were like multiple ones. But yeah, I got the achievement. What was it called? Lunchbox Specialty. 3.6% of players have this achievement.
Jesus, so fucking annoying to get.
Yeah. What was after the dark investigation?
Joe Dark, that's a name I'll not forget soon. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell.
You mean because of his brother's death?
They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate.
Huh?
Lana Sky. My sister? The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by the legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant.
All fingers point to Gant.
Oh my god. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out.
You mean with the forging of the evidence?
Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear while other items were being kept secret. But you didn't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. And Lana Sky transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Sky was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter.
So, she was being used? Got so much dialogue.
Damon Gant and Lana Sky. Gant led the investigation with Lana as second in command. They were the best. They solved all kind of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal.
His magnetism?
By that I mean his ability to track evidence.
He just walked into a room and the evidence flew at him.
He produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled.
Incredible evidence. You mean...
Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared to confront him though.
I take it she's talking about forged evidence.
Then everyone looked up to Lana, all the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really.
I think you read the exclamation as an I.
Did I?
I heard you say I for like a brief
Oh.
moment. So I think you
Okay.
just briefly did it, or you just, I don't know, maybe it's how you started.
Maybe.
But yeah, I noticed that.
He hated anything crooked, and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from the shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. A star. That's why I'm not able to give it to her. Why did she have to turn so cold over that?
Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she?
Yes, thanks to Chief Man's powerful influence. Chief. That's right, having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief is secured. There's only one thing left for him to control. And no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office.
What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred?
If he can control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? Oh, I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude. There must have been a reason for her change.
At last. I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Mister.
You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create a fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. We did it.
We did. Okay. Question is... Oh, you're back. You'll stay here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ.
You're a DJ as well?
If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey.
Oh, that DJ.
I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you in the chief's office, period. It'll be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there.
Gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind.
I don't have to talk to him about anything. I mean, this got changed. It's just the same. Oh, it's better. Oh, yeah,
It's
everyone.
based on a Chinese parable, isn't it?
There was this dragon. Yeah, that's it. A dragon. He had a thing for shields. See? That's not exactly the version we had.
No, but this one sounds more exciting.
Anyway, it gets kind of gory after that. I'll spare you the details. I wasn't expecting to actually have a different thing about that. I think that's cool. Maybe... I don't know who else I could talk to get more things. Unless I'm like overlooking something that can get me in there. That's the wrong way. This way into here. Maybe more about this?
Okay.
Yeah, it's just I didn't get anything good.
Come on,
Yeah, I looked at that wording and I was like, oh, that's like a... I didn't get anything. No. She does not want me to show her anything, I don't think. Gotta be something I'm missing. Maybe I have to present stuff to... I don't have anything else to tell you. I'm assuming if I try to present anything... I don't have anything else to tell you. Okay. I don't think I'm gonna get anything out of Star here. Maybe if I wonder what he was writing before.
Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look.
Hey, crazy. Edward is sitting right there.
It's distracting. I'll check it out.
Hey, Edward. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground.
Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around by my feet.
I'm just here to make sure.
Step 1, what the fuck? Step 2, what the fuck?
I love what Phoenix was trying to do to convince him to look out the window. I love how also Edward did not care.
Oh yeah?
Gumshoe was falling. He didn't even look.
Letter of... I'm having trouble reading it. I'll read it for you. It says, letter of resignation.
Resignation. Edward, you don't mean...
I'm tired, right?
Oh, this is what I need.
I feel as if something inside me has died. But Edward, none of it's your fault! I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. The path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either.
Oh no. Uh-oh. I think he's serious.
Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something.
Instead of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything. Yes, I do know what I can do it for. I still love he did not comment. I love the thing about Gumshoe. Present. That's how much pieces of evidence. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way. Mr. Edrev can't be serious. Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they've pushed him this far.
Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible.
When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him.
Detective.
That's it. I've made up my mind.
What? But?
Here, take my ID card. We can't do that if someone finds out.
They wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report.
Look at me. There's no secret. I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Miss Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this, for Miss Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective. Thank you. Gumshoe's ID tucked swiftly into your pocket.
Yoinked.
That's hilarious. Hold on. Can I get like the number for this? Okay.
Detective Gumshoe isn't very photogenic, is he?
Whatever you do, just don't say that to his face.
Look at it! Look, his eyes are half shut.
Yeah, and his mouth is half open.
Hey, each of his shirt buttons is off a notch.
And he's got the narrow end of his tie in front. I think this goes beyond being a photogenic issue.
I'm roasted.
I can't believe. I thought I was gonna get more out of that, but it was just the roasting of Detective Gumshoe. We're here.
Hey guys, Mr. Wright.
Beep.
We're in. If anyone finds us now...
Detective Gumshoe's a gunner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out.
Eek!
Gah!
Sorry, I thought you were a ghost.
I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah, Detective Gumshoe. What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came to... If you were here, then that's what's the point of giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID card crushed as a and rendered unusable in pocket.
Damn.
Hey, don't do that to my card. I hardly even get a chance to come in here, so I figured I would have a look around myself. Besides, you're all in this. We're all in this together now.
You really do want to get fired, don't you?
And if we're lucky, now come on, let's see what we can find here. Find out. Got a bad feeling about this. Let's look examine first. There's a safe, isn't it? Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue.
Intrigue.
Okay, intrigue. Oh, okay. If you say so.
It looks like the code needs to be entered to this panel to open it.
A seven-digit number. I think I want to know what it is. 7 digits. Do you know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birthday, right? Birthday it is. I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7. I was like, as soon
It's
as
a
they were
really
like,
shitty code.
they were like, oh, it's 7 digits. I was like, oh, it has to be that.
I know a number that's 7 digits long.
Bingo.
What number did you enter?
Whose birthday was that, pal? 7777. My final ID card number on on that record.
What?
A number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean 777777? That ID number? I think you're 17 shy this time. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number.
Say, anyone care to look inside? Yes! Let's steal from him, it'll be funny.
Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away?
Gosh, please. Look, it's,
If Maya was here, she probably would be on board as well.
You're not wrong.
A shard from a broken cup. This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before?
There's something else in here, too.
What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth.
This is a handprint, isn't it?
Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design?
I don't think so.
Oh, well, it was just a thought.
Is that it? Is that was all that was in the safe?
Apparently so. It's empty now. A piece of cloth with a handprint on it. And a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah. But unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take it. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great. Now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident?
Come on, there's gotta be something we can show the detective.
Let's keep examining. I did notice some things.
Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk.
Speaking of that, we were in when we were here earlier. What's he to? Chief Gant. Put that paper he was reading in his desk. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. List of evidence. In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though.
Hey, look at the case name.
Huh? SL9 incident? I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said, I wonder what? No, bad evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long. That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. Half-sized list of evidence.
The list of evidence, it seems too short. More lists. Most lists run twice as long.
What would the other half of the list be doing here?
I knew it! The chief must be hiding something about that case.
It would appear so. Evidence is added to the court record. And then the music cuts back in.
Hmm.
See what we got here.
Oh.
It's
right up back.
I wonder what this is. Looks like someone drew some kind of sketch.
What is it? Did you find something?
Can't make it out. I'd better keep quiet about it for now.
Huh? Oh.
Oh, it's nothing.
Why are your eyes moving around like that, Mr. Wright?
I better not forget about this picture.
Okay.
Interesting. I knew that the game was gonna... I was waiting for it to be the more... This is the real deal, isn't it? The summer and these weapons. Sure is, pal. The chief doesn't care for imitations. First the pipe organ, now the Sama. You know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room?
What? You mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes.
I don't have any taxes to pay. Jeez, be careful of what you say. Who knows, the chief might be hiding in this armor as we speak. I don't think he would fit in there.
Even if he did, he's not able to. He would never be able to get back out.
Cut it out, you guys. Don't you know how scary that guy can be? So, wanna have a quick look-see at something.
This is eyeball of the brand new guy we have. He's just flipping it.
Yeah, I was trying to get the right positioning.
Flip-flopping it.
Right across from a window, you know? I'm having ideas way ahead of the time.
Okay. You cooking?
This is a bit ominous that there's a set, the piece of armor across from the, like, right at the window.
Okay. Sure.
Those are mostly empty. Anna must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. A small picture framed on the left shelf.
Hey! This is where Lana and I went to that theme park. Oh.
That's, weird. Let's have a look at the other evidence that we got. Do I have to talk to him about it? I think I might need to. Do I have to present it to him?
I think you need to, like, prove to him that it's relevant so you can have it.
Yeah. That desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's?
Yes. It's where I was waiting for Lana. On the day 2 years ago.
Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. It's a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to anyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at a New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see.
Ever since Lana left, no one touches that desk?
No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. That's up the slide. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be. No. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay, now then, let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy. Oh, what's it? What is it? When someone tells you, don't worry about it, it's supposed to stop bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go at all.
Oh my god.
This guy started to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you?
What? No. What do you mean? What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him?
Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this.
Nothing sus about this man. What are you talking about?
What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go. Ignoring me again. Let's present this to him. Could you have another look at this jar?
Have a look at this jar.
I remember when the three of us put that back together. Ah, those were the days. It's kind of early to be nostalgic.
Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case?
That's right. One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found? Oh, you mean this one? That was in the safe?
Yeah, that one that was in the safe.
Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. That's empty. Let's do the option. Just let it be. Here, let me see that shard and take a crack at it. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do.
Mr. Wright, here's some glue.
If I can piece this together again, I'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. Make sure that it's not solvent glue, whatever it is, the D&D glue.
Oh,
Is it solvent?
I don't know.
The all sticking glue. Only a wish
look it up.
a wish spell can break it.
Sovereign glue.
Yeah, sovereign glue.
Permanent adhesive bond between any two objects.
We kept joking every time we got at a D&D campaign. It was like, why did you take a swig of it?
Must be stored in a jar or flask that has been coated inside with an oil of slipperiness.
Yeah.
1 ounce of glue can cover 1 foot square. Damn, that's a lot of glue.
It is. Have you seen
On the
it?
create can only be broken by the application of universal solvent, the oil of etherealness, or with a wish spell. What the fuck is the oil of etherealness?
I can't believe we've never heard of the glue.
It's never come up in all my D&D campaigns. Why would I find a jar of glue somewhere?
To stick someone to a wall? Because it'd be funny.
I swear to God.
My DMs have found it and have like added it to their campaigns just for us to do shit with it.
Now I want to bully my DM into adding it to our campaign. It would be so I could glue the dragon's wings shut and they can stop fucking flying away from us while we fight them.
Yeah. You could just glue them to the ground as well.
I could. Well, the ground is sand, so they would just take the sand.
Just glue their mouth shut. They can't breathe fire.
Look, we sneak up on the dragons while they're asleep, and we glue their wings down. And after a minute, when they get angry and try to fight us, they won't be able to fly.
Yeah.
Legitimately, the reason why the dragon fights in that campaign have been so hard is because the dragons will just fly up 60 feet, and I'm like, cool.
Yeah, none of you can.
Half of us can't fight you anymore.
Yeah.
Thanks for that.
Thanks for that. What do you mean? You got Eldritch Blast? Or are you hiding that you have Eldritch Blast?
I don't have Eldritch Blast.
You don't? But you're a warlock.
Okay, there are 2 warlocks in the party. I am a warlock. I purposely chose not to take Eldritch Blast because the other warlock did. I am regretting that decision, but I'm sticking to it.
I think there's another projectile cantrip that you could have taken.
I've got a couple projectile cantrips. I've got like actually, if I get roll 20, I can just look at my thing. It's not Firebolt.
I might be wrong with what some of the.
Let me look. Give me 5 seconds and I'll log in and look.
Look, continues. There, it fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willing and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe.
Hmm?
In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident.
But...
Hey guys, get a load of this. What is it?
This piece you just... Fuck.
This piece you just attached. It's
Why
different
did
from
I
the others.
Oh. Weird. I have chosen... I have, like, very few attacking spells, apparently.
Oh, boy.
Frostbite and Poison Spray. I also have, Toll the Dead and Chill Touch. To be fair, I'm going, like, water theming, so... Makes sense I took all the frost spells.
Toll the Dead would be good to actually, like...
You would think! If it ever fucking hit anything!
Right, yeah, it's a constitution
spell, like,
save.
30 times! And it's never hit once!
It's a save. It's a
save or suck, and it's the worst!
Yeah, it's a con. Is it a con save?
I don't know why. My DM is like, all of the villains you were fighting have like plus 30 con.
Yeah, Because it does.
Oh my God,
It's really good because of like the extra damage when someone's taken, if the target's already taken
I
damage.
would love to be able to hit anything at all.
It was my
I
favorite.
legitimately took a spell, I don't remember what it's called. It allows me to make a thing appear and then I can control it, just so I have the ability to hit anything at all.
Yes.
There's a reddish line on it.
A reddish line. That's blood. I don't get it.
Okay,
Why would...
well, that's 2 years old, it wouldn't be red anymore.
Yeah. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe? Unstable jar updated in the court record. Still unstable.
It's so unstable. Hey, look here. It's hard to make out, but there's a dark stain here.
Looks like blood.
This piece that the chief has is different, though. Blood stains on the other pieces are just spots. This one's a line.
That is odd. Interesting.
Mmm.
And then... I'm assuming maybe... Detective Gumpy. I'd like to have a look at this. I know what that is. You, so you want to take some fingerprints?
Hey, detective.
Right, go to town. Sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your head like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints.
It's not your fingerprints we want to take.
Huh? Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about the cloth you found in the safe. Oh, hehe. I need that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh. Where's your sense of humor? Totally.
Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check the prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Then once they've been absorbed into the print, blow away the rest.
What are you, my mum? I don't have to be told a billion times. Alright, let's get this thing over with.
Time to make it snow.
Oh, I gotta like pick a print, and then I can do this. We're good at to do that. A fingerprint? I can't believe it. It's not Gant's. Bruce. No.
It's not the same, no.
No.
Very similar, though.
Emma?
Oh, Emma.
Oh, Emma.
Oh, what did you do? Where's your handprint on this cloth?
Red found? Oh no.
Oh no.
Hey, how can this be? What are Emma fingerprints doing here?
Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they?
Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match.
Oh, that's too bad. Thought they'd be Dark's prints.
Psst. Hey you, over here. What's going on here? What are the kids' prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Yeah, maybe you should hold on to this. Piece of cloth folded and added to the court record. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. I'm assuming I know. Now that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless.
Oh, hi.
Isn't that right? You in the coat.
Eek!
Chief Gant.
Terrifying.
We didn't think you would be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in science. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog running into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective.
Damn.
Do you mean?
Roasted.
Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Oh, in the you in the coat, Misa. Drop off your ID on the way out. You wouldn't be needing it anymore. But sir. Now get out. Yes, sir. We'll be on our way too then. Wait, you, the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet.
Me, sir?
I'd like a word with you.
Terrifying. But sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet.
You with the spiky hair. You're free to go.
Mr. Wright! Please don't leave me alone in a room with a strange man.
Look, pal. If I have told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it would be like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gantz was hiding in his office, I think I've finally started to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her for some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day.
Oh no. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning.
It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here.
But I've already told you all I can.
What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing.
Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman.
You know, I think I've finally figured it out. I know you who it was that's lurking behind your words.
Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. Seems Edgeworth was right.
Edgeworth?
Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe.
That's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. Thick-headed, I believe. I think I've got a killing her. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual.
What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you protected this person?
Protecting? No. I think afraid of is more like it.
Hmm?
If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence.
Argument's sake, Mr. Wright. Who, may I ask, is the person you speak of? The one I'm supposedly so frightened of. What was this person's name?
It's Meekins.
Oh my god.
Again. Well, Miss Sky?
Mr. Wright, you're addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place.
I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans.
My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? What I think I know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective.
Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crime?
His crimes.
Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence.
Of course, these are serious offenses.
Why is it though that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned?
Chief Gant?
Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was
Me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation.
yes, you, but also one other, Demon Gant.
You intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than that, more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case.
I think it should be just like the cloth in the jar.
I guess.
You want proof of the chief's wrongdoings? Here it is.
That evidence proves someone is doing something wrong, alright. That's not the chief.
Who would that be?
Why, you, of course.
Me?
Yes, you seriously believe what you're saying, don't you? Now that's scary.
Yeah.
You seem to have the making of a criminal in you, what with all your fallacious accusations. Care to spend tonight in the cell next to mine?
If you ask me, you're the scary one. What is that? I'm just gonna try these because I don't have like a downside. Oh yeah. Just found this in a safe in the chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. What? Why was it the? I guess it's because they're evidence, but they're not on the list. I think that's why I was had to put the evidence list.
Hmm.
Do you know what these are? The piece of evidence from the SL9 incident.
Aye.
The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him?
Touche, Mr. Wright. As you surmised, I cannot disobey the chief's orders. Even if it means being found guilty for murder.
Why not?
Come now, Mr. Wright. Can't possibly expect me to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate.
In the murder of Detective Goodman.
Or perhaps I should say follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details. I can say I was given an order that day.
I need you to dispense of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman.
Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken. I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body.
The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife?
No. When I found the body, this knife was stuck into it.
A knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife.
I couldn't just leave that knife in him. So I took it out and stabbed him with another knife.
That would be Edgeworth's knife.
That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand.
And that's the reason for the bandage on your right hand.
Yes, it seems I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in.
Mr. Huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly?
Took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. It didn't ever want to be opened again. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. The intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible.
So you hid Dark's knife.
The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that.
So you wrapped the knife in your scar and hid it in Edgeworth's exhaust pipe.
Right, then I called my sister. To ask her what happened. To ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. To tell her what happened, sorry.
You asked Emma?
Didn't want anyone on the force to know about this.
That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocent.
Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about the one of them that day.
A bad feeling?
The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall.
Marshall? Why on earth would you call him?
The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own.
Oh, you mean...
Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands.
He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence.
He already stolen the ID card. Seems he hadn't made his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, the remaining doubts must have disappeared.
So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room.
I'm afraid that's all I can tell you.
But Lana,
You've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now, please. Please don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow.
tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. To get to the bottom of everything. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. To be continued. How much? How long from you reading the...
Okay. Next day is the last day.
Yeah.
The thing is though, you know how we've been having like trial form, trial ladder?
Yeah.
There are 2 trial ladders.
2 trial ladders.
This is a 3-part trial.
I really think if we should save it for next time or continue going.
If you want to brute force it, I'm down to brute force it, but like, it's gonna be a hot minute.
Well, the question is that you don't know how much like dialogue is actually said. You just know what happens, like the happening. between them,
Mhm.
or like
Okay,
what is it, the
actually.
checkpoints? Because I feel like it shouldn't be that long.
Okay, so from what I can tell, it might be as long as the other trials. They've just split. Trial
But
Flummer and Trial Auto 1 are about the same size as one trial. Like half, I think.
we can go
Maybe.
for a bit. We'll
This
see.
is just on me eyeballing on this, like, guide, though.
We'll try. We'll try. We'll see.
If you can't make it, we have 2 points to take a break at. If
Yeah.
so.
Here we go. This is defendant lobby, alright? But there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be?
It
And
took my
where's
fucking
Emma, for that
defendant.
matter? It's almost it almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Oh, it's Edward.
Oh, that's me.
Edward.
Something's happening behind the scenes. Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 7777777 ID number that is.
Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out.
You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday was because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. That number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged for anything.
True. Not yet.
In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right? And Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty.
But she didn't do it.
I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here to hear what you have to say.
This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we will ever know the truth is to draw it out of her.
The truth?
Everything goes back to the SL9 incident.
Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past.
That depends on you.
Hmm?
If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened.
I'll think about it. I'll see you in court, right?
This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
Normally, this is where the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gant? Was expecting like no one to be there.
He's just not there.
Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Ed, Auntie, been back in the pool yet? Out to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that.
You don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours?
No.
Fucking silence.
That is to say, the defendant has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble.
What's this all about, defendant? I'd like to make one- fuck, they have the same voice. I'd like to make one simple request and I'll be finished.
Well then, what's your request?
Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial.
Huh?
I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman. In the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office.
No, Lana.
Disregard that one.
You can't. Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea.
In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services.
But Lana.
Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it's sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please.
Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-represent. The request is legally valid, although this is an
Unprecedented
situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant.
One moment, Your Honor.
Mr. Edgeworth.
The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature.
Come now, Worthy. Understand this is a difficult time for you. But why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut,
No. I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Grant. Chief Grant.
What?
Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, obviously some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes.
Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy.
I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness.
Oh? To whom?
The first witness the prosecution would like to call is Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Hold it! Mr. Edgeworth, I'm exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of the truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it.
Dura, the court shall grant the prosecution's request.
But he's such a fucking asshole.
That's okay.
I don't care what you think, Miss Skye.
Right, Chief Grant? Worthy, you'll live to regret this. Mark my words.
Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Your Honor, he's fucking threatening me.
Yeah. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins.
Edgeworth is like, no, fuck you, this is my trial.
This is why I think that this shouldn't be that long.
Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Skye. My occupation, I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator. You do these jobs, say you're a student. 2 years ago.
Is it, like, fucking, I don't remember, it's like from a reality show, and it was just like, you showed their job, and it was like, former child.
Yeah! Yeah! Me writing my fucking resume. You encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of Joe Dark Killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry. But I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time.
Yes, sir. Please remember, this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. This this an incident that was resolved 2 years ago, really. Or that really all that relevant.
Relevant?
Yeah.
Yeah.
During my sentence.
Yes, it most certainly is.
Well, okay then. He sure gave me first.
No. Please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. Ooh, I get to read a testimony.
A trip
It's a
to
lot.
yesteryear has finally begun.
All these cases turn out to actually be
Bound
me
to-
solving 7-year-old cases.
Yeah. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. 2 years ago.
I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. And I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. Man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
It's a good thing you went home.
I passed out. I don't remember much.
That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder?
I will soon become a parent, Your Honor.
You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence.
He is bullshitting as hard as we are.
He's just setting us up. That's all he's doing.
It's like, you prove it, Phoenix.
You do it. You know what you're doing. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. 2 years ago. Am I actually in... Okay, I'm actually in, like, let's see...
Time to go.
That must have been a real shock.
Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly. Tell us. What were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage. When the lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark and I was thrown aside as the two began wrestling each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them.
Oh, Lord. Emma doesn't have any reason to lie. Well, Anna sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much as she can. Okay, so I'm just gonna press her to begin with.
Get some more info however we can work with.
2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct?
Yes. She was second in command under the Deputy Chief of Police, Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever.
Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Skye used to be quite the pair.
I believe they shared the same office. That's right. I always sat at my sister's desk and dreamed about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held the ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she'd finished her work.
Men.
Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of the ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest.
When he saw his chances, he fled the room, right?
Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Skye and Gant's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him.
What was the prosecutor doing there?
That day, there were 2 people present during Doc's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
I almost forgot about Gant.
Neil Marshall just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony.
I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after dark.
When Doc grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead.
That's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in.
I don't clearly remember what happened then. But I'll never forget what I saw in that incident. I don't think you pressed that one. I think you pressed the last one.
Alright. I pressed. Let's see.
Because I think you pressed the last one and it went onto the thing and went back to the start.
Yeah.
Mr. Marshall jumped on Drake, then the lights went out.
The lights?
It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby.
The electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't be able to see anything, right?
Yeah, right. But just then lightning flashed outside again. Again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image on the scene in my mind.
I see.
I told the detective about what I saw then.
Detective?
Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case.
Detective Bruce Goodman. The victim. I hear more. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago?
Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw? Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture.
A picture? Yes, I think she's mentioned that before. I was right. Have you heard enough? I'll see that picture. This picture, the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning.
But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture.
Miss, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost.
You drew a picture of the scene? You mean right?
Yes. I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now whenever I close my eyes. That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died. Yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken? But I did draw it, I swear. I'm not just imagining it.
This picture that Emma drew, that reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again.
Well, anyway, let's continue. The scene that imprinted an image on your mind. Can you please describe it to us? That man. The man.
I think I present this here. Miss Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into a drawing. That picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence.
Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture.
That may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold. This is the evidence list of the SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over. Turn it... Ah! What is this?
Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it! That's the picture I drew!
Indeed. 2 men appear to be wrestling here.
What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list?
Me?
I stole it. Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list.
Huh? Is this the different from each other?
What?
It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks where they were torn apart from each other. See, so you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened 2 years ago. Only half the evidence in that case was ever reached you.
What? What?
Order,
You
order.
stole my fucking evidence.
But Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list?
Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor.
Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor. Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. You could say I'm happy as a rat. The rat or mouse? One of the two do it. I think it's rats. Their eyes bulge when they're happy.
I hate that I know that fact.
I told you that fact before.
I don't like it. I wanted to go back. I want to go back to not knowing it.
They're adorable. I like them.
It's not adorable, it's horrifying.
If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing in the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list.
Hmm?
Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth.
It's possible. Let's see. Ah!
I like to think he's never turned it around.
He's just never looked at the back of it.
Is something wrong? Do you even have to ask?
Sorry, Your Honor. So that reminds me so much of that one clip Cran got of me, like while I was raging at Skyward Sword. I was just screaming, I was like, everything's fine.
I love the hard cut to him just standing fine.
I'm fine. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. Oh no! No wonder he reacted like that.
I really love the music cuts in. That thing. The thing that was dancing in the evidence room.
Clearly, this is an act of vandalism. Act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives.
Yes, he was out of scrap paper. Evidence list restored and updated to the court record. Oh my god. Very well. Wait, I wanna have a look at this back. Interesting.
Look at that drawing. I love this. The blue badger here.
The blue badger! Also,
He's the real murderer! We found him!
the blue badger. It's all coming together. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago?
Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor.
What's wrong with Emma? She seems to be thinking about something when she was looking at that picture. Emma's picture.
This picture I drew 2 years ago.
And I've just been given a... I think you saw that, B.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, this is the friend who gives me games.
Free video game.
What is it? Still Life 1.
What is that?
Game from apparently 2005.
Okay.
Oh, yep, it looks old. Yep, 2005. It's very positive. It needs 1 gigahertz of CPU.
Okay.
A point-and-click detective game where, with Aria Resident Evil 1 cameras from 2005 with a question mark. Thank you.
Okay.
The thing is that I think a lot of detective games from that era point and click games that were 3D. I like that.
Okay. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. That picture shows what I saw in that instant.
I think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Oh, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Emma's picture.
This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. Flash of lightning was bright. I must have fainted. The picture is there.
So far, I've seen so many times. But are you sure you drew exactly what you saw?
Guys, this is the exact scene.
It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detective?
Are you insinuating that we have somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright?
No, of course not. I better watch out, or you might find some way to cut my salary.
I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives. I think anyone's story would have influenced me.
Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Huh? Oh, well. That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet, there's clearly a contradiction here.
Picture I drew 2 years ago. There's a drawing, yeah?
My idea, and I'm trying to figure out what I'm supposed to do. The only thing I could think of was just presenting this. There's this little man here.
What about this little man?
Well, he's right outside the window.
Oh, well, are you saying like it's a contradiction because it's not in the drawing of the window?
Well, she was being held. Oh, she was in like. No, I'm trying to think. I
don't know what the contradiction you're trying to imply is.
Oh.
Like, I get the vibe, but I don't know, like, if the game will get the vibe.
Yeah, the person in the picture is not actually a person, but one of them.
Oh, are
is
you
a
saying
statue.
the guy with the knife is the fucking
Yes.
suit of armor? Okay. It could be.
I also don't know. I might just clearly a contradiction. I might just like press more just so I can get. Did you draw this picture right after the incident?
I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Skye.
2 or 3 days later. The memory should still have been fresh in her mind. Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black? So at the first, the time you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had came to your rescue.
No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor.
You went up to the floor?
Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's what when the lightning flashed.
Oh, I'm just glad she wasn't hurt.
What happened after the lightning flashed? After that, I must have fainted.
You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place?
No, I'm sorry. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further?
What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here.
Anyway, the picture.
Okay. I'm trying to figure it out.
You gotta math it.
Oh, math. There's a contradiction in the image. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try my chaos.
Oh, okay. It's a bit weird.
It's a bit weird. Am I on the right track, or am I on, like, where?
I think it might be like you're on the right track, but we're gonna get there later.
Okay,
sort of
it's not now.
Maybe. I don't really remember. You might be on the right track and it comes out later. You might be on a completely different fucking train, young.
Whee! I got more of... Should I try?
That's not currently what we're looking for. I mean, you can.
Okay.
You can lose health if you want.
I'm told it's not right.
That's not what the contradiction he's looking for is.
Great.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
There's a contradiction in how she drew that drawing as compared to the evidence we have of the crime.
Oh, oh, it's the autopsy, wouldn't it be? Because it says that he died. A knife tip was in the wound. And this, it's not. You know, if you saw a knife, you would draw it as a knife.
Not as a ruler.
Yeah, there's a ruler.
You got that way faster than I thought you were going to.
I was thinking about it. I just couldn't figure out what part, and I just had to look over the autopsy. I noticed it, but I couldn't figure out what, to be exact. Like how I was supposed to what was needed to draw the line there.
Yeah.
I just had to reread evidence. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction.
What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday.
Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply point out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture constitutes the autopsy report?
It's the knife.
The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright.
But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? The tip is broken too.
If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body.
It was a conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. No, you're a liar.
That's not. It's not that simple. Not so simple, Emma.
And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem?
It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, when the murder weapon should have not yet, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. That's the beauty of this.
Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand.
Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it could have possibly wound up there. That's right. But what does that mean?
The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken.
That's why I asked her so many times if she was so sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure that she remembered correctly.
But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency.
Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence?
You're treading on thin ice, right?
All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility.
No. Ah!
Gag. Order. Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Demon Grant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie.
I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the murder weapon. The actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife.
What are the chances of there being two broken knives? A broken knife beside Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? There's another one. The game loves to flip those sometimes.
Yeah, you have to be like, you have to actually read them.
Yeah, I saw the top option, I was like, that's not what I want. I read the second one, I was like, there it is. If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observation error.
Mr. Wright.
In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I'm assume then that you have some information about this other than broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this.
Okay, have you connected the dots is the question.
Yes, I just gotta present the help. That I already noticed that.
Yeah.
I noticed it a while back when I saw that it was broken. I was like, this has to be. Why would they?
Because the thing is, like, there's a broken knife, but the tip didn't break off in the body. That's a pre-broken sword.
Yeah. Also, there was like, oh, it disappeared. There was a sword already on it, and I was like, oh, it's that, right? That has to be the weapon.
This was a sword used for murder, obviously.
It was just more confined.
It suspiciously disappeared 2 years ago. The chief isn't saying anything about it.
There was also wording of just like the original, the false murder weapon didn't fit the stab wound before.
Oh, was there?
Yeah, it was weirdly put in. I can't remember exactly, but it was talking about the body, that it was that knife didn't actually fit the stab wound. I can't remember who told, but I do know.
If anything's broken here, it's you. Oh my god.
We're on the same wavelengths.
I'm him. I become Edgeworth.
Huh? I'm sure this must all be very amusing to you, Mr. Wright. But may I remember? Okay.
What do you have
Oh,
to
I
do?
gotta
you
show the
need
picture.
Gotta show a trophy that actually has a sword on it.
The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here, inside this picture.
This is a picture of the award ceremony. Ah!
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's the broken murder weapon.
Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding.
That's a broken sword. That's a broken knife. I know that guy.
As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was all likely
In all likelihood.
in all likelihood from this award, which is a halberd blade. The tip of a
Little halberd blade.
halberd.
That's everything but the tip, actually.
Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day.
Oh.
Yeah, no, this is the blade, because this part will be on a stick.
That's the handle.
No,
So that's the tip gone.
Oh yeah, right, yeah. But,
Yeah.
But a halberd has a giant stick as well, so that's also not a handle.
I would assume that, like, if this was a real blade, that's where the wooden, like, staff thing would slot into.
Yeah.
Handle, big air quotes.
Yeah. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased Joe after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation.
But that can't be.
Oh, and why not, Miss Edgeworth?
Because if the King of Prosecutors' award knife was the murder weapon, then the murder and the victim would be reversed.
What do you mean?
I mean, the man raising the knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Oh. Oh.
Oh my god, Steam? Lemon is playing Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney.
Oh, Steve likes to like
Can't believe
jump
it!
that sometimes. But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here?
It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Wait! I remember now, I remember everything.
Witness?
Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please?
Is this the one with that picture scribbled on the back?
I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it. What?
You drew that?
That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. The tunes! I got the bangers back! All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. In my belly.
Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Guy?
Yes, Your Honor.
First the knife mixed up, and now the blue badger. This should be interesting.
The blue badger is here and in the case.
If there's speculation.
When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and I rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
Okay.
Great testimony. The Blue Badger is the murderer.
What do you mean these are the Blue Badger?
He's here.
This is certainly most unusual.
Objection, what the fuck do I do with this? Try impossible. Chief of Detectives hadn't even designed him until this year.
That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, defense may now discuss 7.
Hold it! Stop! Please, don't pursue this any further!
What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair.
But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you leave it at that?
So,
Chief Prosecutor Sky.
so much of a fight going on.
We've already come to this far. It's too late to turn back.
Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. Seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter.
Okay.
I love how...
I want you to know that when we get to a certain point, I have been told to recommend you save.
Okay. Interesting.
It's not as, like, bad as you may think.
It's just...
But, like, I understand it because, like, we're getting to a part about this case that's infamous.
That's infamous. Oh boy.
I hope it's been fixed for this remake. I don't know if it has or not, though.
Is it like a... It can just insta-kill you?
No.
Okay.
Mostly in Phoenix Wright games, if I say there's something, we're getting to a part where it's infamous, it's because it's annoying as fuck.
Okay, it's just like a nuisance. Like a piece of evidence
Yeah.
that shouldn't make sense.
We've already passed one. That fucking recording where you go back and forth constantly, that's an infamous part of this case.
Okay. Yeah.
People don't like the Blue Badger tunes. This one is more infamous because you can lose health while doing it.
Ah, yes. When you say that man, I'm assuming you're referring to Joe Dark?
Yes, at least I think it was him.
You think?
All I could really see were shadows. The power outage that immediately preceded the incident was also documented in the prosecution's office reports.
So then you...
Was doing hog out shit. Okay, and I can run at them.
Why would you do
Why would
something...
you? Why would you do something so dangerous? Is it amazing?
Why would you do something so dangerous?
Why would you do that?
Why would you?
What else would I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall.
He seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the die.
But as we've just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that dark guy knocked me down, all I can think was, I've got to help that other person. I didn't knock the guy with the knife away.
What do you mean, you think?
It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly, but I did. It's all kind of a blur. Miss Sky, it was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural. I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife.
What you did was very brave, young girl. So then, what happened next?
Just then, there was a flash of lightning.
Are you sure about this?
Of course, see? I even drew a picture of him there. But it was the chief of detectives who thought up this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The Blue Badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable. I know it sounds strange, and I was surprised too when I started with the police department. I have this nagging feeling that I've seen him before somewhere. Now I finally remember.
Oh, brother. Just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion. Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing?
I wasn't in the room. I was sure of it.
His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face? With its winning smile and all?
Right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns. This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken.
That may well be. But that's impossible. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did.
Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation? If so, then by all means tell us what the shadow really was.
Oh, it's the pot. Right?
Sorry, I just love how, like, flatly you said that. He's like, oh, it's the pot.
The pot. Right?
Hmm?
It did break apart, but like there's no other way I could think of it not as the pot.
Hmm?
You know, the little parts.
Yeah. I see what you mean. It is kind of that shape.
I just might know. What did you just say?
I think this might be the moment
Okay.
where you might have to go. I would recommend, like, saving.
I'll just save now. Like, I'm gonna right click to skip through the thing. The blue badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture. Yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense brief belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room.
Mr. Wright.
No, it's not me. In this room, very well, Mr. Wright. What is it the witness saw in that instant? This shows some mysterious and apart, right? The mysterious blue badger was in fact this. But that's... what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar.
Mr. Wright, it doesn't look anything like the blue badger.
I can assume the infamous thing is I've got to rotate it into the right position to show it.
It is a very precise window you have to hit
I thought...
for it to accept it.
As soon as I was trying to like rotate to figure it out, I was like, I have to fucking do this to show them right. Indeed, it doesn't, as it stands now. It's just a plain jar. However, if we were to change our viewpoint, I'm gonna save here. I think this is better than before.
Yeah.
Our viewpoint. But to show them the correct angle to look at this from. God, yeah, it's like a
I really am gonna hope they've eased up on how, like, forgiving the window is in the remake.
I'm going to assume it's like
Rotate?
this. I'm fucking using the buttons to do this because it's a pain to try and.
No, you can do this on your own. I'm not gonna help you.
I think I'm getting
Figure out the
there.
angle.
Oh, I hit E by accident.
And this is why you want to save. Remind the defense to stop being fucking stupid.
I didn't lose anything.
Oh, they took it away!
They took it away.
Oh, I think in the original it, like, docked your health.
The pain I'm dealing with was that I was pressing, like, there's so many different buttons. Like, look at this button layer. I was like, oh, I'm used to Q and E being rotate. No, it's R. That's why I had that issue, why I pressed it by accident. It wasn't me being wrong, it was just
I will say, if you get too frustrated, I do have an image of the correct rotation
I'm assuming I'm on
to
the
send
right
to you.
path.
If we don't get it for like a hot minute.
Maybe if we look at it this way.
Mm. Look inside, see what's in there.
Nothing.
Oh, there's nothing.
Yeah, no,
Dang.
it's empty. But
It's like hollow. Okay.
yeah, this way, right? I hate how much I can rotate. This would have been hard. I'm assuming you could like it was stylus and then Q and R, like L and R. H.
The only controls it's showing me is the WiiWare Wiimote controls, which I think were motion controls.
Oh god.
Which it sends me nightmares immediately.
This is alright. God damn it. I am like right with it. It's just like yeah.
It's the angle is very precise. And you know, they
God.
reset it every time. And you're listening to the fucking music the whole time.
I pressed E. I'm still not used to that.
Can you like do this with mouse, or do you have to do it with the buttons?
But hang on. This is why I'm not doing it with mouse. Just look at how this rotates.
Wee!
It's not gonna be easier. It's easier if I do it like this.
I see.
I have to do it like this. I need to take this one up a little bit more. Yeah, it's gonna be like this, but I need to be right and...
I think that might be the... Try that.
This isn't right.
What do you mean this isn't right?
Can I have the image just so I'm not spinning forever? Cause
it was like exactly like the fucking image.
Oh god damn it! I pressed the fucking button. Yeah.
This is the image of it correct. Which you had.
Oh god. Open a browser. Oh god. I was hoping for like a better...
This is from the DS one, I assume.
Yeah.
Which is what you just did. I don't know why they didn't count it.
I know, I had it right. That's like unbelievable.
That's so fucked up. Yeah, and rotate that like there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's even the blood pattern is like different on it.
Oh, I assume because it's the DS, like not, like it's not rendering it. Like we have the high definition now. Maybe down a bit more. Maybe the circle of the base needs to like hit the bottom line.
Like that?
You know what I mean? Maybe.
I feel like the thing is like completely weird, but yeah, we can try that, but it might not be right. This is right.
Nope. Fuck.
We're
gonna be here for a minute.
Was it Ace?
Allow me to remind you, its case hinges on the witness's drawing.
And let me see if I can find it myself. As attorney rise from the ashes. Can I find... what I'm looking for is like a proper image. No, I don't think they're gonna find me.
Okay, give me a sec.
I was trying to get from the game, this one. If you look up the trial image from like this version of the game,
here,
because they've got you know, see how
it like looks different on DS.
Oh, so
this I think is one.
Yeah, that's his. Yeah, I was trying to match it with this.
This is the correct orientation. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Reddit. It's just the same but different because the model is different.
So they're like that, and then... Oh, I hit E. That's alright.
Nope. This is even more precise than I thought it was.
My hand is so used to like putting... Yeah, and then use the... hate how they like. Yeah, let's do this. So glad that we don't have to save. Like we don't have to worry about extra things. I was hoping to find the version of the grid that you see here.
Yeah. I don't know if there is one.
This is alright.
Fuck.
Ace, and if I just look up Ace Attorney,
I looked up Ace Attorney Case 5 jar picture.
Blue Badger Vase.
This one.
And I found a video.
Ace Attorney Case 5 jar image. Oh, no, that's not the... Here's one that has a grid, I think.
Oh yeah, I found a video that shows me it.
Okay.
And I press this to go back a bit. Why is this... Does this go... What do you mean it's 720p? This looks... Okay, this video is shit. So the guy...
Here is apparently the correct orientation with a grid in the background.
I have a grid. And I got...
Grid.
Yeah, rotated like this.
Yeah, you need both the little dots on the gold things to be inside the square, and you need that guy. I think that's pretty perfect.
I think that's it there.
I think that's it.
There we go.
There we go.
It was like I had to line it up really specifically. I'm glad that... Like, I had it. I knew what to do. It was just like the very precise part that made it worse.
Very precise.
Oh, this is... what? This is a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar resemblance to the Blue Badger.
No. No, it can't be.
Order, order. The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious Blue Badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this.
Although we all enjoy Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What is your point?
What do you mean?
So that the Badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything.
I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything.
Indeed. Well then. Very well then, please tell me. What's the difference now that we know the witness saw this jar?
The location. Right. Allow me to take this in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar.
At the very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Oh, it's a very specific angle.
Well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in the picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on the shelf in the office of Dim & Grant.
But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified herself.
Yes, and it is these two facts that revealed what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Duck and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office.
Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body? From Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office?
Yes.
Why would he do that? There's no reason.
Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what the reason was, Mr. Wright? I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though.
Alright, get yucked.
Please record the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? I'm assuming you screamed, but it did not pick up.
How dare they? I screamed, and it didn't even let me.
The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword. Yes.
Oh no.
And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy.
No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking.
Yes. There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Of course, the perpetrator who would have had no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I could go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter?
If events took place such as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Skye knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No! And there she goes. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this.
So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented, unpredicted.
What? What are you saying?
I'm sorry, Miss Skye, but given the circumstances,
Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. You recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The real reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out what Emma did, but wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. You hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations. I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me. Do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my assistant killed Neil Marshall?
evidence.
I'm willing to bet you don't.
Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence.
We don't have evidence. Then we'll rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead.
You certainly can't get dead people to testify. This all has been a wild goose chase from the beginning.
To Touche, Miss Sky. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility.
You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another. That's impossible.
Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? Let's think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind is... I'm assuming this game is in the evidence? There's gotta be a beat to this. The message from the deceased is already in our possession.
Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? I am stopping at nothing to prove your sister a murderer, thank you very much. Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys the message of the deceased. Oh, the blue badger.
The blue badger!
The blue badger from current day. I mean, I can only use current evidence from there, right? Like, there's nothing I can't, like, nothing recent I could use. So I've got like the piece of cloth and the jar.
I know what is the answer. And you are correct, it is between the piece of cloth and the jar.
Yeah.
Like the evidence from the previous case.
Yeah, yeah. Like, I mean, like, I can't pick anything else because, I mean,
they didn't exist back then.
yeah, this knife isn't a knife, so this doesn't work, and everything else doesn't exist there. The trophy is not the current one, or the one from then. So, I mean, I got two options. They're 50-50, eh?
Yeah. What do you think it is?
I think it is. You know, I gotta do a little investigation. Why did I say this? Because from there. Very friendly, yes. Okay. This is good. Thank you for being helpful. That's the only thing, like... Yeah, there's only like two... I mean, I got lots of help. And what is it? Stop... Huh? That was flashing before.
What was?
The, like, health meter. I don't
Oh.
know, I checked and it stopped flashing.
Oh, that's weird.
Okay. Okay, good. I think... What do I want? I've got jar and clock. I mean, I can always take a risk. This is a message from the deceased. Right. Now then. This is a message from the judge.
Help.
I love that they cut that.
You better be careful, he might end up deceased.
I love that the music cut like I was right. I think that's funnier. Because you know, you like hear the music cut and you're like, oh, I'm right. And the music is cut there. That's for this is that blue badger from before, right?
Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name?
Yeah.
that thing could, I'm sure it would.
I love that it's just the blue badger image and not the jar. Okay, everyone's forgot that this is just a jar. A message was left here on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar.
Looks like someone wiped the blood away.
Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there
This is the evidence I stole.
there is a line here drawn in blood.
So, what are you saying? These dots? Is these dots?
Yeah.
If these dots were once lines, is these dots?
Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message.
One that someone apparently wiped away. But the blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed direction.
Precisely so. All we need to do is connect the points, and the victim's message will become apparent.
No.
Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe the bloodstains will reveal to us the answer.
Alright, here's another point where it gets a little fickle.
We'll go connect the dots.
We're gonna play a game of Connect the Dots, and it's real sensitive about it.
Yay, since it's
Apparently.
connected. His murderer's name. I'm looking at this. The words that I can spell.
What do you think it says?
Oh yeah. This is weird. I don't think I'll mess about that.
About what?
I don't know, it's just like, I can pick this point,
Whee!
but I can't connect it to other points.
Well, where it goes yellow, I think, is the connectee.
Yeah. I can see that this... I think I know what I'm supposed to spell. There's not enough other dots to make a word.
Like you understand what name we're spelling out. Like... No.
I'm forgetting how letters are spelled.
You're doing this in an order, alright?
Brain not...
Do you know what we're trying to spell?
Brain no good.
What word do you think we're trying to spell?
This is an E.
Is that how you draw an E?
I don't know how to get that.
I don't think you need to connect that one. I think it's like fine if you leave it.
Yeah. Is it just the like angle that's like throwing me off for this?
It might be.
I'm assuming this is an M.
Yeah, but like
Yeah.
I don't know what are you doing here?
That's me giving up. My brain can't comprehend the angle I need to put this at.
Okay, do you want me to tell you? What are you doing?
I'm
Okay,
not getting
undo all that shit.
penalized.
You've got the E. Go back. Okay,
Is it?
from those 5 dots on the far right that you're playing with now, not that one.
Like this?
None of those.
I
Undo.
think I'm right.
Oh my god. No, undo. More. Okay, and then connect that one to the bottom. And then connect the line between. No! No! How many M's are there?
That's an M.
Undo those last two. See those two dots in the middle of that triangle you just made? Connect them. Those in the middle of the lines.
Oh,
We have one letter left. There we go.
My brain, see, my brain was like, oh, it's E A. my brain.
Bold, an A.
But I had a dyslexic moment where I had put A as like the second letter.
Yeah.
That's why I was so confused.
You're trying to make the A into an M.
Yeah, that's why I was having issues. My brain turned into it. Switch to things. It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocent. That's why all I have been thinking about is saving Lana.
You're not my client.
After all, my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma.
So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall. Final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind.
Of all people. She may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. What a turn to this case. Seaworthy? Can't say I didn't warn you.
Chief Gant.
Do you understand the implications of what you've done?
What? What are you talking about?
2 years ago, Joe Dutch was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. But Joe Dutch really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Don't you know? You weren't you aren't defenders of justice. What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. And if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence for forgery, ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. Let's go to the prosecutor's office. They might have sent a innocent man to his death. How could he just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Order. Cause more uproar. The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. How much longer do you think the rest of this takes?
Well, we have Trial Ladder and Trial Ladder Part 2.
How many, showing evidence is there?
Okay. We have, in Trial Ladder, we have...
Just, list the amount of testimonies, because it might
2 cross-examinations.
2 in both, or...?
In Trial Ladder, we have 2. And in Trial Ladder 2, we have... I think 4-ish.
God.
1, 2, 3.
I've got nothing going on tomorrow. I can push. I mean, I have a phone call appointment, but that's it.
I believe in us.
Really? I think we can try
We
and
got
push
this.
through this. Because also, some of it was just, puzzle stuff that slowed me down.
Yeah, let's go.
I'll be back quickly.
That's...
What?
What is she doing quick? Sorry, I just got a Steam notification that my sister is playing Stardew Valley. It's midnight.
This is business here. What are you doing?
What are you doing, Ray?
You're gonna be questioned if you mention anything.
What were you doing at the Devil's Sacrament?
Please, I'll be back.
Hmm. Wait a second. Okay. That's a surprise tool I'll use to bully her later. Ow. Okay, so the tea. We have so much. Oh my god. We are here. Mm-hmm. Oh boy. Do I have anything? Here, show me. This case. Should be the T. It's anyway key. What have we got? Typos and errors. In his court profile, Detective Gumshoe is described, like in other cases, as being in charge of the initial investigation, which isn't true. He's not in charge.
I'm back.
Oh, hi.
Are you going in a bit?
Typos and errors.
Okay.
They spell Spanish words wrong.
I just came back and heard he's not in charge.
Hmm. It's in his profile, Detective Gumshoe is described with his normal description, which is being in charge of the investigation, which he isn't.
Okay.
I just forgot to write him a new one for this case.
Here we go. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble.
Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours.
Hope I'm not intruding anything, pals.
We had such great tension going on. What the fuck?
I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe. What is it? You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. And top it off, you call me here. I've seen happy people at funerals. I take it Lana's having you run errands again? Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal.
Amazing.
Just on the camera.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Here, she asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law. Edward was talking about this just the other day.
You must know the true rules of evidence law. Rule number one, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright?
It seems so.
You could at least study some evidence law, really.
The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. Message? She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book. I guess I need to give this book a thorough read-through. These are 2 rules of evidence law.
Yay!
Yeah, I got it. Can I not? There we go. Well, no evidence shall be shown without approval of the police department. And rule 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. I'm gonna guess I'm gonna have to use that.
I believe in there. You got him.
Doesn't look like the that book will do you any good now though. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's why you're wrong, detective. Huh?
Haven't you figured it out yet? While I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat. Despite all these allegations being thrown at me.
Miss Edgeworth.
Because I'm in love with you. The real trial today hasn't begun yet.
What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. And Miss Sky found out she's unwittingly caused the man's death. And now you're telling me you want to do more? You've gotta be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, detective. Anna didn't murder Detective Goodman. She was merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Here we are. I approve this. Oh my god. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Miss Edgeworth?
Yes, Your Honor.
The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions.
Thank you for the news, Your Honor.
Yes, well, ahem. Normally, this is where the prosecution calls for a witness, but ahem. This isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Miss Edgeworth, may have
Strike a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses?
I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking and...
Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution.
A solution?
That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses.
But there's no
Precedent.
precedent for what you're proposing.
Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but an effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witness.
Well, it's alright. What do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecutor's proposal. Then it's settled. Then defense may now call forth the next witness.
Mr. Wright, did you realize this is your last chance? If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over.
Defense calls. Time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. Begins. Or should we have to just go for Grant? I love that. Yeah, this is what I'm reading before, where like it flashes to say, "Hey, this is how much you're losing." Demon Gant. The defense calls Demon Gant to the stand. Demon Gant? What does he have to do with anything? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it.
And as luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have manipulated me in any way. Been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor?
True. Alright, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
What is this? Some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch.
Your name and occupation, sir.
Worthy, are you sure you want to do this?
Your name and occupation.
So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Demon Gant. I am the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant. The court requires to hear your testimony. Oh, righto. What's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Wesley, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There are still some things unaccounted for. Oh? Like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are unaware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify.
Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks.
Don't worry. I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony. Yes, so 9 instead. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up that power outage didn't help. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Is that when Drake was arrested? A dark. Him? He was lying on the floor, unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seemed Dark bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear cut. If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I better hit him hard and fast. Oh boy. Such a chaotic case.
Oh boy.
As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day. Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that.
Was the defendant Lana Sky also present in the room?
I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it. So the two of you ran immediately after him, right? That's right. But Dark had made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split. I went upstairs, he went upstairs, and I went downstairs. I guess you could say. He got lucky.
What was this about a power outage?
Oh, that? The elevator stopped all of a sudden, and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocking as Neil, as that when that knife went through his heart, though.
Jesus fucking Christ.
That's not funny. Oh my god. Could you tell us what you saw? It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Doug was also lying collapsed on the floor? Yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls. Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done.
Oh boy.
What? How can you know that? Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved.
So that means you found the body near Lana's desk?
That's right. I think you said earlier. It was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor. Yes. Anyway, continues to clap.
Here's chill.
So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office? That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt. But moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable, no matter what the circumstances. Is that how it really went down?
Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. You're gonna stare at anything.
I was waiting for you to make a remark.
I didn't think of one. My brain is not thinking right now.
Honestly, if you're gonna stare at anything, you should be staring at me.
To be fair, I was trying. I was like, I couldn't. You know, you understood though. You understood.
Yeah.
Better off staring at the court record.
Worthy. Always the smooth talker.
Which case and moment is it in Phoenix Alert?
I'll do mid fortune. Can't be the whole truth. Somehow I've got to link again to the incident. Okay. But it's the knife. Right?
Dang it! Okay. So I'm cool with spoiling big air quotes this because it's in the 5th game that we might get to. This dialogue where you're against Edgeworth and you say the wrong answer. And Edgeworth is like, you're a fucking idiot, right? And Phoenix, like, it's like a you fail, have some fail dialogue sort of thing.
Yeah.
And it ends with Phoenix going, yes, daddy, to Edgeworth.
What a fucking response.
Alright, can I get this with the spoiler, like, warning on top of it? Yes, I can. So I can send you the screenshot of it. Because this is canon! He canonically has called him that. Here you go.
Okay. I know that that bluffing you.
No precedent! No, like, thing to, like, prompt it. He just says it!
Hey, I need to like say. I know that bluffing your way through things is your calling card, but you're incredibly phoned just.
Your credibility phoned in.
Just now, it told me to tell you to put a sock in it. Yes, daddy.
Oh my fucking god.
Okay. What do I have? I need to present something.
I should probably be looking up. What will you be doing?
It would be this and the fake knife. This switchblade that doesn't exist in that crime.
I guess.
All I could think about. Because it's like, I gotta look at what I've got. No hand in the forgery. Oh, piece of cloth. It was found in his safe. It's only because of the wording here.
I guess, yeah. Try it, why not? It'd be funny.
He really had nothing to do with the forgery. And how do you explain this? What is this? And what's that on it? A handprint? Chief Gant. Your explanation, please. I don't know. You tell me, son. Huh? My dear writer, don't you know? The second rule of evidence law. Not this again. Evidence law. I have to now fucking follow these rules. Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Tell me, how is that rag relevant to this case? It appears the defense was not prepared. It's too early to use this piece of evidence. Do you mind giving the defense another go? Well, okay. I'll do it just this once. But only because you asked, Aji. Thank you. I assure you the defense is terribly sorry. Yeah. So I didn't nail you. Okay. But the game was just telling me, you're too ahead.
You're thinking too far, come back!
I
don't fucking know where we are.
I'm gonna just say what to do with the life system, to be honest. Oh, yeah. No, not that one. I think it's the other one. Maybe.
What's this just already?
This is the first one. It's just got the CL9, whatever, the combo for this.
Oh, I'm too far down, that's why I'm like, what the fuck is he talking about? No, we're up here. Okay. No, I'm also way too far ahead. Okay. Do you want a hand?
Let me look at things. I need to read more things to make sure.
I want you to know, in the answer section, the first thing is, Gant is clearly lying.
Yeah, I know. I need to figure out what part is the thing.
We need evidence that he won't be like, that's not allowed.
Yeah.
To show that he is forging evidence. Maybe. No, that he's involved.
Yeah, that's the thing. I need to figure out what is tying it all together.
We do have it. You do indeed have it.
Would it be the pot?
Hmm?
Well, the rest of the pot was found in his thing.
Hmm. And we've already admitted that pot piece into evidence.
Yeah. I checked.
It's like just become part of pot.
Yeah. I think I was like on the right point. I just used the wrong piece of evidence for it.
Hmm.
He claimed you had nothing to do with the forgery. I'm afraid that it's a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example. Yeah, so I had the right one.
You're just too far ahead of the game.
No. I was right with the safe, and that's why I got that, like, hey, you're not doing the right for evidence stuff. It's because that piece needed to be used later, kind of thing.
Yeah.
But it was right with the safe, because I did something wrong, and it was like, you're wrong.
You were on the right track, but you had the wrong piece of evidence to prove it.
Well, like, the game was more like, hey, you're on the right track. Think of the other thing that you have there. Because I got, like, a wrong answer, and it was just, you lose life. That time I didn't lose life, so I knew I was, like, on the track.
Hmm.
That's that blue badger you showed us earlier. A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe.
Fucking guy.
Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk. I'm assuming you could have also presented that? You can only back up that.
I don't think so. I think you had to,
I did.
because it was in his safe.
In his safe.
Like he was hiding it.
Yeah. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, this article of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the legal investigation. Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? Oh. He's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit it then? That you were involved in the forgery? Who? Me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do this so too. Isn't that right? Righto.
Objection, what the fuck? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation.
Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he will end up paying to work. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding this piece of evidence you found in your office, and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Evidence of forgery. Let's see. What's this now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when these pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I would participate in a forgery.
Participate, yeah.
Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Oh. Indeed, I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? The day is, well, you know. Alright, RG. In return though, I know. That place, right? What are these guys? What are these guys? Telepathic? God. This is such a chaotic case now.
Oh yeah.
I appreciate it if you'd stop making these ridiculous allegations. Yes, do you have a point? You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. What? I have you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and tripped. Mr. Wright, what do you say? Anyway, can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later.
Later? What are you talking about?
What else? I'm talking about when Brighto's prints are found. Yes. If they're found inside my safe, they would prove his investigation was illegal. I've never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. boy. What could I use? I guess I'll press him more to try and figure out what I will be using for evidence. What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical.
Hypothetical.
Hypothetical, of course. But suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. If you're concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery, I'm not free speaking yet, righto? It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? But it appeared not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Duck was sentenced. And, and wouldn't that be convenient?
Right. The chief is talking about a possibility, so long as you can't rule that out. Your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time.
That was something I don't know. Come on, Righto. Think about it. How can you look at me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil? I'm not sure if I care for the word murder here. But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Sky. Well, now do you see? Really, Chief Cat? At the very least, there is one very large benefit you would have reaped from all this. Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That you would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police. Oh, the resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Oh ho ho. Oh, that's a good one. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without the case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of the SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth?
Yes, he's gonna be made chief anyways.
Gah. Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at.
So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else.
Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There is, there. It's out in the open now. Aji, would you mind if I change my testimony a little? By all means, please do. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me, nothing in it for me to... Nothing in it for you. Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think
I don't know who that woman is.
If you think I felt sorry for her, you better think again.
You're right, you don't feel sorry for anyone.
Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised.
You seem lax enough on yourself there.
Oh, oh, that's a good one, Worthy. There have been something in it here. Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out?
Would he have an accomplice?
Would he have an accomplice?
Hmm?
Deceased.
Deceased. That's his accomplice, the dead guy.
I think this is why you were noting that, like, did the wiki have it, like, pop up like that with, like, the names of the victims?
Yeah.
Because I think that's how the game it was doing this. I mean, his accomplice could have been Joe.
It could have been.
It could have been Buddy.
He's the murderer.
He the murderer. Yeah, I understand. True, you might have not helped out anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might have decided to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to betray the chief. As a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I mean. Very
Oh,
well,
he's
then.
lending you a hand now, is
Who's the
he?
person you believe Chief
Oh,
Grant
Judge!
may have helped forge, to evidence? There's very few people that I can pick. My options are between Angel and Goodman.
Are they?
Who's the person who you believe Chief Grant may have helped? Or himself? It's a very likely option.
Wonder. Who would have helped forge evidence?
Oh, who helped him? Yeah, I'm trying to remember.
No, like who he helped forge evidence.
An option. I wish I could save, but I can't. Because I don't want to go through all the dialogue. More I...
Do you want a hint?
Sure.
The two names you said earlier are not the answer.
Oh yeah.
Angel and Bruce are not it.
I don't remember. The look on your face is almost enough to motivate even me to help you out.
Yeah, you need some evidence for
I... If you would have wanted something in return. Someone, yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, now I'm gonna go to the dialogue. And I'm gonna press this. I'm gonna save here just so I don't have to go through getting to this dialogue option again. It's just more than a nuisance to get to there. A nice man who wants to help out. There's only a few people who would have been there. Right? Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky, the defendant. I believe it's quite obvious in the light of the circumstances. Emma Sky fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister Lana. As for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. their profit. What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed chief prosecutor, at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all of this?
He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations.
You mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh wait, you must mean puppets as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind. I made it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her. Righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? No. She kept quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'll testify against Gant. I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture.
Unless there's also what happened in this incident.
This incident? Which one would that be?
Of course, I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her.
Murphy, you better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. That's what he...
He threatened me on the stage!
What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? That's a dramatic thing. Order. I said order. Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. Huh? This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder. That's, impossible. Your Honor, I was merely, is it retaliating? Reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language.
It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now.
It looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law is involved in this murder? Good question.
Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. Sorry, I thought that was him.
I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got. And it's better be good. Show us the evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder. Protective equipment. Can I use the switchblade here? The only thing I can think of, because
Him with it.
we were told that he used it. We got like knowledge from Lana that he was already dead and all that, and
Yeah.
yeah, I think this is right. I'm hoping this is what the game wants me to present. That he used
Yeah.
this murder weapon and not, and it wasn't.
That. Am I thinking the wrong thing?
Show us that he murdered Detective Goodman. He used. From Lana, we were told that this knife was already in Goodman.
Yes.
And that she stabbed him with, Edgeworth's knife.
Okay. Sure. Yeah, cool. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong
Oh,
bit.
you were too far down.
There's not a section in the way I thought it was, and I was looking at the wrong one.
Okay. You were
Yeah.
confused because I was saying things that weren't lining up to what you were looking at.
Yeah, I was a little too far ahead.
I might be wrong. Well, Chief. So long as Wright is here, here is tossing out things regardless of their relevance. Mind if I toss something too, Aji? This shoe should be, do nicely. I'll chuck it right at you. You always were quite the joker, weren't you? Oops. Looked like I got it wrong. Don't oops me. Maybe just boosting your head would knock some sense into you.
I know it's hard with all that's going on during this trial. Something's hard, alright. No, trying to think back to having the evidence from 4 days ago. Okay, maybe we were going on a little too late.
Oh, right, yes.
It's
I
fine.
now know the evidence I'm supposed to. This makes sense now. This one. This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine, the owner of yesterday. 7777777. So, there's no way you could prove that's my card number. It's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean... I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7777777. The same as the remaining ID card number on the list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Order. Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. Defense's search of my office was in violation of regulation.
And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card.
Chief Gant, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime? What about it? I'm Chief of Police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want.
Tell me. Then you enter that room where you were alone.
I always go to the bathroom alone, as do I with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Where would he be? I hadn't seen him haven't seen him in the days? You hadn't seen him in days? Chief Gant, I'm afraid you're just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor.
No,
Oh yeah.
that's me!
My brain is... I'm tired. I'm prepped.
No, it isn't, Your Honor.
I'm prepped to speed through all the dialogue. I think it's like what I'm at the moment.
This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. That Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime. And we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting?
In that case, Mr. Wright, we're going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us the proof that the victim met with Chief Gant on the day of the crime. Would it just be as easy as to say the evidence locker?
Good fucking question.
Because the evidence locker was already opened beforehand. I can only assume that, unless I'm missing something. But even the chief couldn't get into it, like can't get into his locker. I'm gonna go with it.
Sure.
No, there's gonna be something on that day.
Oh, you're forgetting something.
Yeah, let me save here so I don't die.
That's a good point to save. Yes. Just look through your evidence carefully. Shuffle around in there.
Quick, is it the death?
It's not the autopsy report.
The autopsy report. The autopsy report. It's gonna be. The screwdriver? There's a possibility.
Do you want me to actually help you or just let you go?
I think I'm too tired to properly like formulate.
Look back. You've missed one thing on that row. Just missed it again.
Is it the...
No. Okay. You need to reason why Detective Goodman had to have met him that day.
Oh, is it the...
No.
No.
It's the item. It's the missing lost item report.
Oh, the lost item.
Who is he going to give that to? Can only be submitted to the chief of police.
Oh, yeah. My brain wasn't reading properly, so I was to get that. Trying to look at Detective
I knew you weren't gonna get it.
Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime.
Oh, to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it.
So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police. Yet you are in possession of the report, which means you could have you can't be sure if he filled it in. He filled it in. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. Needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him? There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room.
So he didn't have his card to get in.
Yes. Hold on. Let me guess what you're gonna say next. I, the chief of the police, murdered Paul Goodman. Exactly. But wait. The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his card, his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort.
Sorry, but that's not possible. According to this record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed your ID card earlier. If it really had lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body.
No! What a sprite. Chief Gant, you didn't. The murder was most likely a spur of the moment crime, so no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course.
You're forgetting, Mr. Wright. That the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there?
I was at the police department the entire day, you know.
And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony.
Everyone except me, it seems. Still,
No one fucking told me that!
Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gann, you left all the evidence we needed to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. All this time I thought it was useless clue, just taking up space. How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Gann used a bit of parking stuff, right? It was like the.
So it's in Edgeworth's car.
Yeah, right. I was just like making sure because my brain is. I'm tired.
Melting away.
It's up 4 a.m. I also had 5 hours of sleep.
Oh boy!
No one needs to know that. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. A parking spot. Miles Sedgeworth.
You mean?
The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car.
You mean I carried the victim's body?
Precisely so.
But wait, even you know. I didn't plan on returning to my office. After the ceremony finished that day.
But you did return. Tell me why.
Ah! I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought it back here.
So you see, what were you really taking to the prosecutor's office wasn't the screwdriver, but the victim's body in your trunk. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Yes. Yes. Unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. Order, order, order. What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusation? Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite.
It's a photo of the body being taken from the trunk.
Chief Gann, please say something. I believe... Your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorneys General after this. We have to get going to make it in time for the early bird special.
Have you just accused you of murder? What the fuck?
The cross-examination isn't finished yet. Also, isn't it like almost 1 PM? At the
Probably.
current time? Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm revoking that right now. What? that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certainly risks to be considered.
So you're just gonna run away after all this?
Run away? Don't make me
Don't
laugh, Sophie. I was yawning. I had.
I see.
See, remember, I'm tired, so I'm yawning a lot. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, you think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. Yeah.
Before the choice you make here, I recommend saving.
Okay.
Mainly because you have like 2 fucking health left.
I have. You mean 1? Because the game doesn't do in 1s,
well,
it
yeah.
goes by 2s. For some other reason.
Yeah.
I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Demigrant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright, Your Honor, do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Guy dispose of his body. I think. Would it be Midwife's not? No. I'm assuming I have to say I've got evidence, right?
You want me to actually answer?
Yeah. I'm assuming you don't have anything at the moment.
You have no proof.
Yeah, I thought so. I don't have any proof yet. So you're showing evidence. I'm not even so sure of myself. I thought so because I was like, I don't think I do have anything. Like I need to get something later. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence. So, Aji, in that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, righto? It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Aji, I'll leave the rest to you. Fades away.
There he goes.
I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency.
Lady Luck, Do we have a word with her?
Miss Andrew, what do you mean?
There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. Yet we haven't had the honor of hearing her testimony.
A lady who knows the truth. Another witness.
In absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony.
But Chief Gant
Shut up.
has invoked his right to refuse to testify.
There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions. Raised in this trial, someone right in this very room.
Miss Andrew, who is this person?
Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today.
Miss Wright, does such a witness exist? You may not be willing to tell the truth. You can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. Defense calls forth. Beacons!
Vegans!
The beacons! It'll be Lana, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's the one that... Not something. The defendant? Miss Lana Sky? She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 on February 21st.
She was there.
A task to dispose of the victim's body in accordance with a certain someone's orders. Mr. Etruff?
Prosecution has no objections, Your Honor.
Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. In 50 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in...
Hold on.
Huh?
Who is that?
Oh, it's...
Oh, it's him again.
Did you forget? I thought you were going to eat. This isn't good, Lana. Sorry, Lana.
I don't know.
I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, then there will be terrible consequences.
Your Honor, he's blackmailing someone on the stand.
That's right. Your sister will be found guilty of Neil Marshall's murder. This is a good...
Your Honor, he's blackmailing someone on the stand.
It's gotta be like...
You can't do that.
Of course, you'll never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. Alright. Alright then. I've got a lunch date to beat. Freaking God.
Stop letting people blackmail them. Stop letting people understand. What the fuck?
Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess. My fucking God, what a shit show. Okay.
Oh yeah.
I can't believe are the later games like this? Or...
Oh, they get even like more insane.
Oh boy. I guess I don't know what the rest of the trilogy, or like the last two games of this trilogy are like. The other two.
We do some shit to bees. So we managed to stay in the game.
Yeah. Thanks to your help, Edworth. That chief. He's something else. Egg House. Detective Gumshoe. I'm not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Oh, don't worry. I've already decided where to work now. At your office. My office? Sure. I'll take the place, I'll take the place of that top knotted girl.
Top knotted girl, yeah.
Yeah, you used to work with. What do you mean? Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How is it he always gets the upper hand? It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify.
Settle down, right? Remember what the judge said.
But Chief, that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certainly certain risks to be considered. Risks. What do you mean by that?
It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too?
I would assume it'd be, yeah.
Yeah.
That, like, wording and not saying I thought it would be her, so it's like, I'll leave it to you. And he also slowly picked it up.
Yeah, I assumed it was her.
Yeah. Emma, are you okay?
Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office.
Alright, she fell.
She passed out.
She just passed out. Oh, sure.
She full on passed out on the stand. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery.
So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before.
No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved.
Relieved?
Yeah, I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, My sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. She did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her.
What do you mean?
Why do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside. To force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do.
That must be why she became so cold.
It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall.
Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to be, to blame anyone, blame society, pal.
Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery. But you can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor.
I see. Well, we better get back, this, it's time for the final act. Emma, you don't, why don't you wait?
No, I'm going with you.
Hmm?
I want to be there. When Lana tells the truth. Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this.
Continue.
We do have one last trial segment. If you want to muscle through. Or it's sleep time.
How many?
Time to eat.
How many?
More than the last two. About the same as the last two sections combined.
What do you mean?
The last trial former and trial ladder together.
I mean, like, how many of the? Tell me a number for like how many of the like evidence scene, like the testimony parts. That's what I'm trying to ask. My brain could.
About 4 cross-examinations.
I mean, might as well try and speed through this because I.
Dude, you're gonna be up until fucking like morning.
It's just the dialogue that slows us down, but it's also the problem of just like we're gonna be like one more Phoenix Wright stream just to start like playing another game in between. Afterwards.
That makes sense.
Oh my god, room. Come on, we can speak for this. Now then, for the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, please take the stand.
Miss Lana Sky, you were the chief prosecutor. And you were aware it was required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You all know that I've done these past 2 years.
Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Sky. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth.
Of course. The truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister.
Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only one, you're the only chance we have to get Gant. Gant and fabrication.
I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago, all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Doc convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma.
Are you sure about this testimony?
Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course, I'm sure. But Lana!
If this is true, Then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this.
That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you gotta help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me.
But what if she's telling the truth?
She's not. I know my own sister. If she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony.
Yeah, there's no time to second guess myself. The first part begins because I started yawning and then I gave up.
It was long gone for you. There's no blackmail. I promise.
But think about it, Miss Guy. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail.
You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself.
Did you do so to help your sister?
Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life.
But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything.
That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana!
So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago.
When I found Prosecutor's body, there was a crime scene about it.
You said you did this all by yourself?
Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at that crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken Prosecutor Award knife was stuck in the victim's body.
What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident.
That was the only situation that you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change that statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Doc? Fuck. No, I'm doing it. Something like that. Is that so? If that's so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was clearly carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle.
That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies.
All just to protect me.
So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to.
Yes. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, and then moved the body.
Okay, this is like... You planted the tip of Dark's... and then you moved the body.
Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders.
My head isn't that bad, but maybe I wanted to ask for the sake for the others. It's more like planting the knife, yeah? And moving the bodies?
Okay, no.
Like, the question is, why the fuck would you plant the tip of a knife into someone?
Do you want me to answer?
Is it that one?
No, why'd you move the wire?
When you showed up to the scene, where exactly was the victim's body?
It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. Fuck you.
Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason this guy moved the body?
Piece of the jar that shattered during the event threatened my plan.
Pieces of the jar. You mean?
Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dar committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered into pieces. If you look at the crime, it would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead, and Doc was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle.
I see. What's the matter, Emma?
Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there's more to it than that.
There must be a contradiction here somewhere.
Anyways, I committed this fabrication completely alone.
Yeah. Free.
Me making a spin. Nice. Yes.
Do I press somewhere else? Do I keep pressing or do I?
You present.
I press it now?
Yeah.
Alright, I make up there.
Do you know what you need to present?
The evidence law.
No. No need evidence law here. There is no evidence law.
The evidence law.
No, it's the blue badge, obviously.
Written your plan to...
What's the contradiction you're looking for?
Contradiction.
Do you want the answer? We're losing him! We're losing him!
What page do I need to be on?
Not this one! You're on the right page. What is the contradiction? Is step one.
So, it's this dialogue, right? This is...
Yes, you're on the right dialogue.
The piece that shattered the events for the plan to...
What does that contradict about reality? You want the answer?
I think the more tired I get, the less like
your brain is like lagging.
It's like the less
Okay.
it can process and like retain is happening. So like I don't remember a lot.
She just said it. The jaw was broken in the struggle, but he was stabbed after the struggle, and he would need to have been stabbed to have the blood to write the name on the jaw. If the jaw was broken in the struggle, it would be broken before he could write the name on it.
Okay.
You need to present the jaw.
The jaw. That makes sense. Bisca, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered. If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life would have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring it to everyone's attention. A significant contradiction within your testimony.
A contradiction in my testimony?
You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan."
That's right.
You have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood.
Yes, the prosecutor must have written in his final moments.
Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies.
Hmm?
In order for the victim to have been able to write his message on the jar, it must have not yet been broken before he died.
Ah,
He couldn't have written Emma's name on the shattered jar. Order, order.
Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed regarding to this jar and its bloody message. You may be missing something critical here.
Something critical.
Chief Prosecutor. It seems you're as in the dark as we are. About the truth towards which we are headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth.
Very well. The miss may now continue her testimony. Jar and message and blood.
I immediately noticed blood traces on the jar. But it was dark in the room, I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got all of them. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered.
You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood?
I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. We examine him. So the jar was already broken?
It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier.
It certainly looks as feeble as the defense's case. As feeble as the judge's judgment.
You're an ace detective who knows the detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces? Normally I would have.
I'm trying to figure out what's worth. Like, this isn't really worth to press the darkness because we already know about it. Like, why she couldn't see. Great action of yours reveals what really happened. What do you mean? If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away wiped away the blood.
What else could I have done in this situation? Lana, I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all.
How could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office.
The detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. I never miss anything. I got every last piece. You need to present something.
Present the jar again.
Sure, if you think so.
Oh, it's been like, oh, I didn't miss any
The
pieces.
jar! Again! Another one!
It's for, like, she says she doesn't miss any pieces, but, Ben had a piece of jar in his safe.
And it was not wiped away. It had lines on it.
But I don't know if that's the right. Is it this dialogue?
Sure. I mean, that's about the jar fragment, so sure. Look at this jar! You've seen it so many times.
This guy. I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of.
What?
We found the final piece of this jar in the in Chief Gant's safe.
In the chief's safe? But how?
I can't believe I was right. Why is it the why is it the jar? Why is this fucking
Jar! Again!
the fucking jar?
Another one!
I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it.
That's you.
But the witness just testified that she gave it every last piece and wiped the blood off them. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you did. But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along.
Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken.
Oh, that.
There's no way a name could have been written on the shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness.
I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant at the time he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first.
The question is if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years?
This is Phoenix.
Wait, that's you.
Yeah, this is me.
Ah.
This is like definitely. Yeah, I'll just go.
We both just fuck.
I don't care. Well, Your Honor, can you answer that? Us up? Ah. No.
We get a judge breakdown. Let's go.
Wait, I'm not the one on the trial here.
Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question, what is this action called?
Fabrication of evidence? But why would Chief Gant do that?
In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear?
What happened afterwards?
Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister, Emma, killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Leading her his aid, Gant helped her create the evidence that incriminated Doc. Sparing Emma, therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the chief's puppet. No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the chief.
I want to die. She bit off of the heart. She's bleeding.
I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients.
Foul lies? How is that coming from my own client?
What the fuck, dude?
I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth. Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Something wrong, Mr. Wright? Oh no. Maybe, Lana may be right after all.
What do you mean, right? Do you tell? So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? No, what the fuck?
Miss Guy, please testify once more.
But
If evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie.
but I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall.
Miss Guy, if you would.
I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. Cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is still a possibility that it will if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw.
Alright, the witness may testify once more for the final time. Actual crime scene.
When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor. The suit of armor sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it was all really a fabrication, Emma might be innocent.
Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor's sword?
You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning.
What? To me?
There's a picture I took at the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed.
I don't remember receiving a picture like that.
Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you.
This picture? I don't remember receiving it.
Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right?
I seem to remember getting something from her then.
Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture of it in there somewhere.
It's the book, right?
Yeah, she gave us the book this morning.
Yeah, I gotta check. Oh, now I can actually, like, view this.
Just click it. Ah, there's a murder in here!
That's so low quality. Hey, there's a picture here. Oh, the quality got better.
Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I'd rearranged everything. Yes, Mr. Wright! That piece cut out from his vest, could that be...
The coffee found inside Chief Gant's safe. What's this?
This is a handprint, isn't it? Like, cool, they have fingerprints on it. Whoever's fingerprints those must be the real murderer.
What? But those fingerprints... They're yours, Emma.
Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you're able to tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer.
Very well. Defense may now begin its cross-examination. The actual crime scene.
We're in the home stretch.
Come now, Auntie. This is the poorest excuse for the trial I've ever seen. You forget? What? Now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense.
I'm afraid it's too late for that.
What?
You've already declined to testify. That means you forfeit your right to make statements of any sort.
This must be that risk we were talking about earlier.
Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck.
You should not be allowed to say that in court.
I think he's been threatened enough in this court. He's allowed to say that.
So what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements.
What do you mean?
Evidence would do all the talking for me. If I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some concise evidence? No, I don't. But someone does. Someone. So what's your excuse, righto? Have you been, why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall's, causing his death? Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. Is this true? Is that right? No. So show that piece of evidence now. Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer. That's right. If you have any more evidence, present it now. If you try to conceal anything, you'll be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries.
Okay, yeah.
I'll save just in case. But
Yeah. I was checking to make sure. And I'm like, I know the answer.
can I present that piece of evidence? The ones that show you really good? I'm assuming I want to go with no.
It's up to you.
We've got still more evidence that we can show off. Alright, I think. Because, like, I understand. I think I know what the purpose of it is, but I don't know how I can spin it with what we've got at the moment to how I think the game wants.
What's your idea?
That Grant put Emma's hand on the piece of fabric, like he cut it out and put her hand to it. And that's like the false.
Okay.
It's fake evidence, but I don't know if I need to show it now or I can wait on that.
Do you want me to actually answer your question?
Yeah.
Show evidence.
Oh yeah, sure. Yes, Your Honor. I do have further evidence.
Time's finally come to show it to them. Oh, girly pop. The prints have got to be the Chiefs.
Now then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that show, and then it is, I am right with the cloth, right? Just to speed this up.
Hit him with a cloth.
Hello. I just pressed enter and I forgot it was a check. It's a piece of leather cloth. Yes. It was most likely cut from the victim's vest near his chest.
What's this? There's a big handprint on it.
Surely it must have been
that's you.
left on the cloth by whoever shoved the victim into the sword. What? Whose fingerprints has fingerprints are on this? I'm sure Wright has checked, haven't you? Well, whose are they? The Miss Emma Skies.
What? They're mine? So I really did do it.
See? I told you it was conclusive. But this was found in your safe. That means it's possible you forged it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know what you're talking about.
What are you talking about? Great defense.
I don't remember any cloth in my safe. Do you really expect me to believe that? But
give it up, Mr. Wright. It's over. You shouldn't have presented that. Representing that evidence. You tied Emma Sky to Neil Marshall's death.
no.
No, fuck you. I have a better idea,
Because
actually.
we have
Come
our
here.
killer. No.
No.
No. Everything hinged on that point. In the end, Lana alone was found guilty on all accounts.
Wait, what?
I thought it wasn't, B. I told you.
What?
Okay. I thought so. Did you misread something?
It says no. No, it says that.
Says so? I don't know. Your Honor, I can't, What? You lie. Chief Gant? You opened my safe. I know you took it. Yeah, this B! This!
Oh!
Yes!
It doesn't say you have to wait!
I thought I had to wait
It
because I
does
didn't
say you
have
have to
anything
wait,
to prove
okay.
it that he was tied to
It
it.
just
at all.
says press show evidence. I want you to know that it just says press show evidence.
You need to send me what you're looking at so I know like all of what you're seeing for that part. To see why you were confused. Because I knew there was like, I can't tie it to him. I knew that. You opened my safe.
This is the fucking line I'm reading.
I know you took... What is it before that?
Like the judge asks you the question to, like, if you can present. So choose show evidence. What the fuck?
Oh, it's
I've been
like,
betrayed.
is there more above that?
Yeah, it's like, summarizing. It's like, the court realizes Gant hid evidence in his thing.
Yeah,
He was at the scene.
This is for B, what that is. You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The incisive evidence.
Oh my god.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Mr. Wright, why did you show them? We found it together.
Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it.
What are you talking about, Chief Gant?
Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like a part of it's been cut out for some reason.
You mean you had this in your safe?
What?
Sir.
That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence This... Yeah, you must have read a bit too much. You may have skipped the dialogue that actually...
I'm going back and reading it all.
You must have skipped, because I don't know... Because this is like, this lines
Okay,
up...
you know what it fucking did?
Yeah?
It split it.
Ah,
I didn't read this section. There's a line splitter that's like between this cross-examination and it's like, we're going to the solving the case section.
okay.
And I'm like, oh, I'll start reading the part where we're solving the case. No, it's like, don't you say cannot show evidence before the line break, and then
Yes.
underneath the line
I
break
thought
it says
so. You
this
skipped
stuff.
something, because like what you were saying didn't
I
line
scrolled
up with
down
it.
too far.
Yep, you overskipped.
This is so rude. I can't believe they like organize it like this. I wish it doesn't organize any other section of this case like this.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
It's what the fuck? Why would they do that to me?
This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. Yeah, he
What's feeling everything?
just stitched himself out.
Yeah, he snitched on himself.
Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the goal, righto?
No.
Well, I can't just let you pin me as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. And then it occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana.
So you're really manipulating her.
I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame laid with her sister, that when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid.
So you assisted Miss Sky.
I told her
This
to
is you.
arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room.
Ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. So. I mean, he did get
You
killed.
did get killed. When I tampered with
He got the death sentence.
when I tampered with the crime scene, I had 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene. Mind you. 2 pieces of evidence. You mean those items in your safe? But why? For insurance, of course. Insurance? I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. It wasn't about I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead? You were while forging the evidence? What do you think? What do you take me for? A fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part from of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces.
But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on the jar too?
Oh ho ho. Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance.
You mean that piece of cloth?
Come on, Raito. Cough it up already. I know you have it.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright?
So you admit to it then, Chief Gant? That you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe. Yes, I admit it. I don't want to have to do that. I didn't want to have to do that. But being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being betrayed as a murderer. So, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it then, before it was too late. It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up, here victory's mine. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Alright then, Let's see this conclusive evidence. Evidence that shows who actually murdered. Now this is where we show it.
Yeah, now this is where they're like, present it.
Yeah.
Because he's already implicated himself.
Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh, yes. And at least you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth.
Your Honor, the prosecution requests be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. The handprint on this leather must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly.
You mean?
It cannot have been forged. This must be authentic, conclusive evidence.
Ho ho ho. You're as so on the uptake as ever, Worthy.
What?
Think about it. Wright had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be?
You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that?
Is this our gotcha moment as that we can use the rule book because we didn't get it official?
It is a gotcha moment. Mr. Wright, did you really know?
Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well. I'll tell you. Should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person whose fingerprints belong to is... Assuming I discovered normal is...
You can't lie. It'd be weird if you said it was like Damon's.
Yeah. Emma Sky.
What? They're mine?
I'm sorry, Emma.
But why? Why didn't you tell me?
Oh ho ho ho. You're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along. You still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death.
Could you? You monster!
This guy?
You knew his fingerprints were on those all along, yet you acted like she really didn't.
This guy. It's not over yet.
What?
I said this trial isn't over yet. Huh? But I'm afraid it's over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you gonna tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh? And what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask. It was Emma Sky, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction.
Contradiction.
What? A contradiction? What is it this fool's blabbering about? I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict? Chief Gant, your tyrannical brain ends here. Behold, The piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth.
Do you know the answer?
The book?
No.
Oh.
We're not there yet.
There.
Keep that thought in your head, but we're not there yet. You're too fucking fast.
Is it the photo?
Take a look at that photo that Lana gave us. See the problem here?
That's not where he was stabbed.
No.
Not that. So
That piece of leather that we got that just has
doesn't have
Emma's handprints on it and nothing else.
Yeah, there should be. I'm assuming more fabric stuff to it.
There should be blood on it.
Ah, yes, blood. There'd be stuff to it. What exactly is this supposed to be? This is a picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it.
Take a look at this photograph.
See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes. His shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. It's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. Oh.
There's a 16-year-old in the room.
Oh, but that piece of cloth. Wait. There's no blood on it. Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. No, this is nonsense. Now then, Chief Gann, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside.
You might say he hit his head on the ground and was knocked out.
If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky? Picked up the unconscious prosecutor and impaled him on the armor's sword.
Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said prosecutor proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it.
Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out the this bloodless piece of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Though, the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer.
No.
It's finally all over.
It was a fun breakdown.
Ho 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 ho! That was close, Ratto. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Order, order. What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember Archie? Earlier, Wright here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Ratto? Why do you have, you do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be illegal, evidence. Did it not pick you up, dude?
That just cut the entire set card.
Yep.
But that's not fair!
Ho 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 ho. Did you actually think you could best me in court?
Did you already been proven murderer?
It looks like the last laugh's on you, son. I'm afraid Mr. Grant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth,
True. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal.
Well, Mr. Wright. Seems at last. The time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. Mr. Wright, do you admit to that you purposely, purposefully and illegally concealed this piece of cloth? Or should we, I say, I do not.
Obviously you didn't.
I did not.
You're the good guy here. You would never do such a thing.
I refused to present it at the at one point. So the evidence is illegal. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean couldn't? There are certain procedures involving when presenting evidence. No, Archie, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. He can't.
Look up. There's only one issue left. To be resolved in this trial. We're losing both of us. We're gone.
Yeah.
Is this evidence legal or not?
Very well. Let us settle this once and for all. Earlier you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of... Yeah, okay. Now I show the book.
We have a rule book.
We have a book.
Read the rule book.
This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in the book. The second rule of evidence law.
Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department.
I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. Goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department.
Stole it from you! Rule 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial.
And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take a look at this picture and... Sorry, but can you recall when it was that picture presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. No.
He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless.
The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Demon Grant.
You yourself confessed to certain truth.
Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh yes. No.
We got him, boys! It was then that you approved this cloth. As conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth.
The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer, and there's only one person who could that be. Demon Gant. The killer was you. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years he's been sniffing around the department, trying to get something on me. Crimes being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me.
Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty.
He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Star, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman. Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you gotta help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit.
He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence.
Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then, all of a sudden, he just decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman?
Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief?
Alright, you wanted to?
Yeah. We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. So you're not talking to yourself.
Yeah. He opened his evidence locker, and as we were was talking the evidence out, taking the evidence out, he said,
It's not too late. I'm gonna hand this all over to Marshall.
well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he would bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. That accursed knife.
So the knife was the forged evidence? All of the evidence was the forged evidence.
I couldn't just pull it out.
Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime.
Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody hand.
The bloody hand? Oh yeah!
And Detective Gumshoe's locker.
That had no fingerprints!
I used to be known as the crime computer. But everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it.
Then you put the body in my car.
I'm sorry. I couldn't.
Can I sue you to dry clean that?
I'm sorry. I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will.
Grr. Fuck.
Leaving the prosecutor's car aside, how could you get Miss Guy involved in all of this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out.
So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker?
I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So, he left the jar fragments in the glove. Yeah. Looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They did their jobs well, much to my dismay.
Okay, so where is the screwdriver involved in SL9 though?
It wasn't. It's from a different case.
Like this is a piece of it's evidence for SL9. Like the glove and the screwdriver and the thing.
The screwdriver's A1-16.
Why was it with the SL9 stuff?
He gave it. No, he gave it. Remember, this was the.
He just picked up a random piece of evidence. Was like, hey, take this to your office.
Yeah. No, that was so he could get the body to the prosecutor's office. We already went past this. You forgot.
Okay, I forgot.
Yeah, that was already.
I'm sorry. All the other evidence with tags are SL9.
Yeah, that was already brought up. And you forgot.
Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well under close examination. You must have known that.
Tell me, Worthy. Why do you stand in court?
Fuck you. Me?
You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me. We're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Aji? What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Demon Grant. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Aji. Thanks for all the memories though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now that you have Wright here, and Worthy, with these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. Their metallic sounds. Is it arguing?
Melodious sounds of a new beginning.
New beginning, okay. I couldn't read the rest, but it's like, yeah, something like that. There are two things I want you to understand.
Yes.
First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Demogant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Guy? You no longer have any reason to keep silent.
You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence, up until today.
So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Guy. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble.
You did commit crimes. My, what high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows, a few years from now, you might just make it to the top. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright.
Miss Guy.
And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth.
No smile for him.
You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing.
Liar.
I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it! I only did my job.
In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Guy?
Yes, Your Honor?
You are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still act as an accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date.
I understand, Your Honor.
Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling?
It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains.
Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Mr. On the Sky. We did it. Go ready. That's all. That is all. This court is adjourned.
It only took us 8.5 hours.
I know. I forgot the song. February 23rd. I'll just skip that. At long last, it's finally over. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted of a murder she didn't commit.
That's not it. Just now, after that trial ended, I could see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well. You know, I do my best too.
You get the praise.
She didn't say Lana didn't say a single word to me.
I'm not intruding anything, pals.
I swear to God.
The third joke in a row. Oh, yes I am. I'll be coming back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run around while on duty. And top that off, you call me here. I've seen happier people appear. It's the same joke every time. You light it up, pals. I'm only kidding.
Oh, are you here because of my sister again?
Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal.
Me?
That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone.
Lana!
Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't.
Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day, 2 years ago. It was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis, I asked Dan to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now, I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself. I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you're only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. And hiding what I believed to be the truth. I was deceiving you. Sis. I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. No, sis. I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, Emma. Emma! I get a hug.
No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our own mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. At least, that's what I felt watching these two sisters make up.
Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe.
Me?
Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure that we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth?
Edgeworth?
Stop hiding and come over here.
Skulking in the corner. Where was he hiding?
I just came back. I just came to say congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Edgeworth! Right. Well, I'll be going now. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realized today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth. Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right.
You're spice criminals. I can feel it. You and me. We're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone.
I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now.
What is it?
Who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Demon Gant and your mentor Manfred von Karma. We're both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You went alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, with the power of Gay, you solved crime. You were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone unnoticed. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright?
What? Yeah.
Oh, I'm in this conversation?
What is this, a pub quiz?
Come on, Mr. Wright, show him what Lana's talking about.
It was, something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. Love for each other.
The photo she gave us. I think.
Hey.
Like, there's no way we'd been able to find this.
I'm
not looking at the guy, that's just my guess.
B, did you not hear what I said?
I heard what you said. I'm just so used to it at this point. I was like, yeah, of course. Of course. They never find it on their own, they're idiots. That might mean something to you. But I don't see how it has anything to do with that much. Mr. Wright, you're an idiot. You have a lot to learn as well.
I guess that wasn't the right piece of evidence.
What's the right piece of evidence? Okay, give me a second. Epilogue. It's time for me to go. Present the evidence list is apparently what we're supposed to do there.
Yeah, we combined our friendship. It was our love
But
for
our
each other.
friendship combined, we got the whole drawing. Mr. Edgeworth! If you'll excuse me. There are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor.
Edgeworth, wait. What will you do now?
I'm finding another boyfriend.
Whatever you do, just remember. You can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it grow let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you.
I know. Seems I owe you my thanks too, right? What I face now is my problem.
Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court.
Farewell. I better be going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. Seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation? That's my favorite guy! Best book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will.
And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. As for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Huh?
Huh?
Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh?
Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side.
Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright is the one who, you'll be footing the bill. Huh? What? You think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh?
Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best.
Why is it? I suddenly feel like I want to scream. Hey, I've got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together?
Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys, let's go.
There we go.
Yay! We did it! That's Ace Attorney 1. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. Yeah, they're doing it like, where are they now?
Where are they now?
Suppose. Pretty much end of my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. Then, I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. Yay.
Ooh. Whee. It's been long, but finally I can stop playing Ace Attorney for a bit.
Now we can sleep.
Yikes, I thought I was a goner for a moment there. In the end though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalize you anymore, it'll be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. It just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easily. No, this? No. I don't have the achievement yet, so I can't even, like, get out of this. I need to wait for the end part.
I gotta watch it all.
I forgot that daylight savings has happened, so it's 5, like, the sun's out now.
It's like morning.
Yeah. My new mission is to guard the main entrance in Billy. I don't believe I've been demoted to security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them though. Someday I'm gonna make a detective. Yes, sir. That could be just like that Dick Gumshoe.
What a goal to aspire towards.
Yep. So from what I remember you saying, a lot of the characters don't reappear from this.
Some do.
Some do, but some don't.
Not a lot.
Thank you, Blue Badger. So inspiring.
Good to see that you survived.
Yep. Way to jinx it, be.
Damn.
Like I murdered him. Yup.
What the fuck?
It's all your fault. What is that? I can't. Somebody seeking.
You gave him back as well. You make sure Billy and the gang get their water.
He cares for his cactuses.
He does.
It's been a good run. I'm probably gonna, like, after the credits in a little bit, I'll just go to end screen and just say goodbye.
Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. A farewell gift. I put in a new meal on the menu. The right way lunch. Top layer taste is bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. It seems to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards.
What a fucking meal combo.
Wild ass fucking combo.
Just
Oh my god.
Brandon gay.
Oh my god! Of course they have the fucking gay localize the fucking video game. Let's see what his name was again.
Mr. Left?
Mr. Left? Oh god.
Anyway,
He's doing something. How many years that? Anyways. I have another trial to go to.
no, I forgot my grapple. There, I'm gonna go. Oh, you
Chair!
The chair. The chair.
It's a pretty cool chair.
It is. Bum, 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 ba-dum. Oh, it's still wrong. Have that. Don't mind me. I'm not playing. Oh no, Maya. He's here.
Still, sometimes I do miss having to hear you and your objections. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya! Afternoon training's about to begin. Coming! Well, see you around, Nick. You have no idea how much my head hurts.
I'm
I'm
tired.
wearing headphones for 8 hours straight.
I got
It's
like
out
the
of my
tired
head.
headache.
Yeah.
I've been awake for way longer than I should. I'm just, yeah, this game's just. I can't skip the credits. Love it. Mr. Edgewood.
Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, it's him!
Oh, Mr. Edgewood. I brought you your tea. What's going on? Whoa, mystery.
Mm.
Is Edgeworth's in the other games in this trilogy, right?
Yes, they would be crucified if they didn't put Edgeworth in the other games.
Well, I mean, like, this is like on the DS, which is after the fact.
Thanks for coming to see me. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Wherever I want to see Alana, all I have to do is open this book.
No.
Open it. They're cute!
She's gonna give us a proper.
Them.
She stole the hat.
They're cute.
There we go. Rise from the ashes.
We did it!
I got the achievement, and I should get the achievement for completing it. Was it? I don't remember. It's like, I think it's just for that chapter.
Yeah.
There
We
go.
did it! That's Ace Attorney 1.
Yeah. So, we're not doing Justice for after this.
No, you need a break.
I'm playing Pizza Tower next Wednesday. Pizza Tower! I'm so hyped for that one. Was that wrong? I thought there was an achievement. I think it's just like... Yeah, it's just achievement for each
It's chapter,
chapters.
not the game.
Yeah, not the game. But Pizza Tower next time. I'm hyped for Pizza Tower. I love Pizza Tower.
Let's go.
I'm gonna end the stream. We've been going for 20
I'm gonna pass the fuck out is what I'm doing. Bye, stream. Ah.
Yeah, look at that. Definitely. But yes, it's been a long stream, but we got it. We got through the first Ace Attorney. But yes, thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed, and hope to see you next time. Goodbye.